Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Christine. Good morning. Yeah, you were chatting when I'm talking. Oh, okay. I see it. It's a Danish guy. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I see. I see. Sorry for blaming you for that. Okay. Once again, good morning, everybody. I realized that this agenda was checked by 5 people, and this morning we realized that there is a small error here in the times. So the first work package is work package 3 until 10:15, when there is a short coffee and refresh break until 11:30. I'm very sorry about that, but since we have people watching the live broadcast and they can't follow what is happening here actually when we are gathering around here and so on, we have to stick to this. So we will have a little bit more than a short coffee break after the work package 3. So we will start with Christine's work package 4 at 11:30. Yeah. But you told me something about the coastal ribbon. Would you like to have something about that before? No? Okay, good. Anyway, you can take as much time as you want, because you have like quite a lot, all the morning, I would say. Sorry, I'm getting old and tired. I don't see my mistakes. Anyway, so there will be first Anu explaining work package 3 issues, and Simeon will talk about the case study which is part of work package 3, and then we will have that slightly longer than a short coffee break after that. Okay, so Anu, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Henry. I have my phone here, so I know if we have time. Yeah, but I think it should be enough, 1 hour or so, or less, actually. So the first presentation of today is about seabed substrate work package 3. That is led by GTK. We have a team here, me, Anu Kaskela, and Susanna Kilman, and Arno Kotilainen, and Ulla Alanen. We are all working for the seabed substrate related issues. So if you have any questions, you can ask those during the short break afterwards, or after my presentation. That's the preferred option, so we can all interact. And here are the objectives for the work package 3, or during this phase. So we have 2 data products that are ready and are already included in the data portal, and those we are improving and updating. The first one is seabed substrate data products. We have actually 4 different layers included in there. We have seabed substrate information at the scale of 1 to 100,000. And then we have a multi-scale data that includes all the high-resolution data. And then we also have a broader scale data sets, 1 to 250,000 and 1 to 1 million data. And these we are updating and also improving. And then we have a data product on sedimentation rates, and those are also in major phase where we are updating. And then we have a third data set, that's seabed erosion. That's something that's going to be delivered after this phase or during this phase. We had a workshop on that topic yesterday, which was very good. Thank you all who participated in that. And then we've also promised to discuss and describe surface features. That's probably a data product that's in pending place or put on the drawer. But we have started to check how we could improve that as well. And then we have case study that's led by Cephas, and we're going to have a presentation on that after my presentation, as was told by Henry. And we're also cooperating with other work packages and other relevant lots, like Habitats, seabed habitats. They are one of the major users of our data, so we have to have a continuous cooperation with them. And as we heard yesterday, and during all the previous workshops and meetings that we also have a new area, the Caribbean Sea, where we have to collect data from. So we start with the seabed substrate data. So the aim is to update both high resolution and broad scale data that we already have at the portal. We know that most of you are also doing mapping all the time and you're producing new data sets. So we hope that you are able to harmonize those and so that we could include them to our EMODnet data products as well. We have received few questions about the broad scale data sets, 1 to 1 million and 1 to 250,000 scales that were produced during earlier phases of the EMODnet. People have asked if they're still relevant because we have also the high resolution data available. But we've considered that they are still usable because they give this general overview of the marine areas that you can't get from the high resolution data. High resolution is for very detailed analysis and they cover only small areas, but the 1 to 1 million data, that's the data we have the best coverage over the whole European sea areas. And 250,000, that has a quite good resolution, coverage as well. During this phase, we've made small changes to our approach. We distributed guidelines this May. I'm going to have a slide on that next after this one. And we've also made national geodatabases for you that include all the published data that we've received at our internal portal for checking up. And we expect to have the updates from you by the end of January next year. And we are aiming to have a draft release next summer so that the habitat mappers can use our data for their data products. And here is a brief summary of the new version of the guidelines that were distributed this spring. So as I told, we've provided you a geodatabase that includes all data that has been published from your area. And we hope that when you're making new updates, you will use this geodatabase and data in there and update the data with the database. And we've also included new fields to our attribute table. One of these is mapping method, and that's related how the original map was created. So if it was modeled, supervised or unsupervised, or if it was manually interpreted, or if it was made in some other way. We've had discussion about this topic during the workshops that we've had, and we got the interpretation or we got the idea that it should be somehow included within our data product, because there are many ways to produce substrate maps and they are not totally intercomparable in that way. We've also improved, in our opinion, the surface feature group, surface feature identification. We have gone through all the surface features that have been included in our current data products and tried to make some sort of grouping on the basis of that. And now we have 27 different groups in there. And if you have surface feature data, we hope that you would classify it to these groups. I have a slide on that as well. And we also have confidence fields also for the broad-scale data, 250,000 and 1 million data. Those were produced during earlier times of EMONNET, as I told you. And at that time, we had a separate layer for the confidence. They were not included in the same attribute table. And that's why we are missing some of the confidence data from the broad-scale data. And we hope that you would check your data and include confidence estimate in there. And by the way, we have received, during phase 4, I think, we received some broad-scale data from you that we were not able to deliver during the last delivery, when was it? Last September? Yeah, September last year, because it took more time than we expected to produce the high-resolution data products. And therefore, we hope that you would redistribute also that broad-scale data by using this national geodatabase. And these are the data products that we have at the portal, CPED Substrate Data Portal. As I mentioned, we have 1 to 1 million, 250, 100,000, and multi-scale. And from the coverage map, you can see that we have data on different scales, and the light red is for the 1 million. We have the best coverage, and the more red it goes, the higher the resolution, and you can see that there is only very small areas covered with this high-resolution data. And this is also a snapshot from the central portal that I took yesterday. Here we have CPED Substrate multi-scale with Folk 5 classes. It looks pretty nice. And on the basis of this, you can also choose which Folk class you want to watch, and also the scale. It seemed to work pretty nice yesterday, at least. Perhaps if there are some problems, I haven't tested it myself so much. Yeah. And on this approach, when you're looking at the multi-scale and you haven't chosen any scale, you have the most detailed scale on top. So it's kind of looks nice. And I assume that it stays so when you zoom in also. And what do we have from the Caribbean Sea? Well, it's a work in progress. We've heard that there might be some data from France, which is really nice if that's going to happen. And then we also have had cooperation or some preliminary discussions with the Central Americas, Venezuela, and so on. Hope to have something from there. And well, at least we have 1 to 1 million scale map by Karlan et al. That's shown in here. So we already have something, and that's good as well. So that was the update from the CPED substrate data products. And now we're moving on to sedimentation rates. And this is mainly point data on recent sedimentation rates. The guidelines were distributed last spring, I think, and we've requested to have updates by September this year. We haven't got too many updates so far, but I think there is still time. So if you have sedimentation rate data, please distribute that very soon, by the end of this month perhaps, so yeah. Yeah. And we hope to have a data release early next year. And this image is from the publication that we had about sedimentation rates in the Baltic Sea, a machine learning approach. So there was a modeling test, how to model sedimentation rates within the Baltic Sea. And now we move on to seabed erosion. That is a new deliverable for the work package 3. We've promised to produce a downloadable GIS layer of erosion rates for pilot areas. That's what's written in the tender. We started with inventory and summary early this year. We've had 3 workshops actually. We had one in May in Utrecht, one in June before summer break, and a third one here yesterday. We've also delivered guidelines, draft guidelines prior to this meeting that were discussed yesterday here. And we are going to finalize those on the basis of the discussion we had and distribute those to partners this December at latest. And we hope to have data from you by the end of May next year so that we can compile all the pilot studies or the index for the pilot and report at the September. So this has evolved a bit from the beginning of this phase. At the beginning of the phase 5, I think we were considering of producing some sort of monitoring data with rate information, but after all the discussions and the query we had, it became clear that the topic is quite heterogeneous and there are different approaches in relation to that. Some of the data that we have is quantitative, that actually have rate information. It's more like when you have done multi-beam monitoring, you have a certain area that you've surveyed with multi-beam 1 year, and then you go there like after 5 years and see how it changes. But then again, we also have quantitative data where you have information that this area is an erosion area, but you don't have actually how the rate information. But still we consider that's relevant, and we want to showcase all these different approaches. And at the moment, the aim is to produce an index map that includes available seabed erosion studies from our study area. And we have developed an attribute table that includes kind of metadata information that shows how the erosion was analyzed within each of these studies. And the rate information is included in the attribute table, but it's not mandatory to fill in. So if partners have information of the rate, we would like to have that, but if it's not there, it's not necessary. And as I told you, we will distribute the final guidelines by the end of the year, this year, and we will also produce an empty geodatabase for partners to fill in, just like in the previous phases with the seabed substrate and December with the empty geodetic base. Okay. And then we move on to surface features. I think this was taken from tender, I'm not sure, but it says that we are going to discuss and describe surface features towards more detailed or informative geological products suitable for additional purposes such as maritime spatial planning. And the background here is that the seabed substrate features, they are very much dependent on the marine habitat mapping group and their needs. But we also have other uses for our data. And also this kind of grain size connected information, it doesn't give all the information that's needed on the seabed surface. During the EuroModnet we had this lots of discussion about mixed sediment, what it is, how it should be described, what should be included. And at that time we had 4 categories for mixed sediments, like till and hard clay. Isn't it perfect? Thank you. Sorry for the people who have been listening to the broadcast. There was some problem with the microphone. Hope you're able to hear now. Anyway, during the EuroModnet we had discussion on the mixed sediments and what should be included there, and there were like 4 subcategories for that, like hard clay and bimodal distribution or multimodal, and also mixed sediment included in there. No, we are talking about mixed sediment. It was till and hard clay and multimodal distribution of the grain size. And during the second phase, I think we included a surface feature attribute, and it was an open attribute that partners could fill in. So we didn't give too much guidance. We were just considered that partners know what is relevant, and then we can analyze how we should evolve or how we should move from there. We made this kind of a short guidance document also that gave an overview of the possible features that could be included. But now we've checked the surface features classes that are included with our data products at the moment. And there is 177 different surface features included, which is quite a lot. There is overlaps, and it's not always clear. And on the basis of that, we have suggested to have 27 preliminary groups that are included in here. So we have groups like hard clay, concretion fields, biogenic reefs, cells, bioclastic features, moving sediments. And these are now included also into attribute table, these groups. So if you have this kind of features, please check your data and update on the basis of that. This is very much work in progress. It's just additional information included in the attribute table. But perhaps in the future this is work to be done. So how we could include additional information, or perhaps produce a separate data layers, one or more, on these topics. And here is a picture Susanna has made that shows the different kind of features within the European sea areas, how they distribute it. But this is not really comparable at the moment. This is just what you have reported. It hasn't been obligatory. So that's why it might be a bit confusing at this phase. We've produced a paper by Kilman et al. That has been under review. We just received comments from the GEOS bulletin. We're going to go those through and see if we're able to improve, how much we're able to improve the current version. And perhaps we will have a workshop this issue later on. And also cooperation with the Habitat group is needed, and we've had some preliminary discussions with the Habitat mappers already, and they're also interested and consider this important topic. And there's also a need for cross work package discussion on these features. And I think yesterday there was this vocabulary group. I didn't participate that, but I heard that it's kind of in relation with this work as well, something that we have to go through. Other issues, we've had a subgroup of the Work Package 3 confidence group, and they had their first meeting February this year. The subgroup is led by SGU. And on the basis of this meeting, we included the mapping method column to our seabed substrate data product. Yeah. And Work Package 3 has also participated in these interthematic groups, vocabulary group. We've checked our terminology with cooperation with other work packages. We translated the folk classes that we have to inspire. I think we lost quite a few classes in that process, but we have some preliminary translation code. And we've also participated in the coastal ribbon work. Unfortunately, I had to leave the meeting early yesterday. I don't know what's going on, but I can talk with Christine about that. And perhaps there could be, because lots of, some partners also reported coastal erosion in here in relation with seabed erosion, so there is a bit of overlap in there as well. And then we also have a case study that's led by CFAS, and Simeon will present it after my presentation here. And this is to conclude aims and timeline of the Work Package 3. So what comes to seabed erosion, I've said it plenty of times, but you can always repeat and repeat and repeat. The guidelines will be distributed by the end of this year, and we hope you to submit your seabed erosion index data by May next year. Sedimentation rate data, if you have still data available, please distribute this very soon, this month preferably. And we hope to have the data product update early next year. And also seabed substrate datasets, we hope to have updates from you by January next year. And this means updates to all the data scales that we have within the seabed substrate data products. And please check the new columns, that's mapping method, and also the confidence field. Yeah, and everything, hopefully, will be at the portal by the end of the project. Henry, did you tell yesterday that this is Sunday actually, so we should have, so we have to have everything by Friday, so 22nd of September. But I think we can manage. Yes, 2 days. Yeah. But now, it's time for discussion on questions and comments and feedback, so please. Any questions on substrates, sedimentation, seabed erosion, or surface features? So please.
So, okay. So just also these surface features, those are really important, and there's a list, preliminary list. So if there's something missing, if you think that something important is missing, so it's a good time to comment on that now.
Like in Finnish case, if you look, this is number 2, ferromanganese concretions, those are really important. We had a study last or 2 years ago, which showed that a bit more than 10% of seafloor in our waters is covered by ferromanganese concretion. So that's why that kind of information is really important and for many purposes. Kristine?
And those fields are an important habitat.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Well, excellent presentation and great work. Again, I'm sorry that I couldn't participate in your workshop yesterday, but like vice versa. This list that you are having here of the surface feature group has a lot of cross-references to what we have in Work Package 4 and several attributes. So this is lithology, it includes geomorphology. Yeah, these are the main ones, lithology and geomorphology. So we really should talk about how we are coping with this and define us so that there is as much correlation as necessary and as much freedom for everybody to provide the data as also necessary. So we really should do this in the vocabulary group where it belongs to, so that we can have a close look at it. Looks really like an interesting combination. Oh, there's also the ferromagnetic concretion field. This is Work Package 7.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So there is plenty of overlap.
And you have anthropogenic. I would be very interested to see what's behind that, because this is also a new topic for the CSA GZEO Work Package 6 anthropogenic vocabulary. There's a group who's working on that one. So just motivation, let's talk about it and see how we best correlate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Something for the future, I would say anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, because we have a lot of work now with the seabed erosion, so that's why this is kind of we hope to do in the next phase perhaps. But there is a lot of overlap with the other work packages, that's obvious. And I also have to say that this is now correlated with the seabed substrate information. So when you have mapped, when you have a polygon or for mixed sediment, as I told you, this is included with that. There is no separate polygons for hard clay. It's mixed sediment that could be hard clay. So it's kind of in correlation with the seabed substrate information at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, Pedro.
Hi. Well, well, thanks for this slide. It's very it's very nice because we now see. I think my feeling is we're going into another era of mapping the seafloor, and my first question is a very basic one. This applies only to surface features. So since some of the surface features, they penetrate in the underground, in the seafloor, how deep, my first question is, how deep we should go into this? Say, if we have a biological feature that, like a coral mound that goes down to tens of meters, or if we have one which is from -10 meters below seafloor, do we map it? Do we proceed with this into this work package? That was the first one. And the biological features, for example, it's a very vague thing. So are we going to split this into various categories? Even the iron manganese concretion fields, are we going to separate them? Because as I understand, the Baltic ones and the Atlantic ones are pretty different. So these are, how are we going to proceed into more detail about this?
Well, that's a good question. And what comes to concretions, as was told by Christine, they actually overlap with the minerals work package. So there is the issue with that. This is just very preliminary, where we have checked what the partners have included and considered important in relation with the seabed substrate information. So this is kind of a start for the discussion, or kind of where we can start to think about the work, what should be done and how we should proceed in the future with this issue. I agree that resolution, how much in depth you consider is very important as well. With the seabed substrate, I think it's 30 centimeters of the penetration, the penetration, the depth penetration at the moment. Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
then we have Gunnar here.
Thank you for nice presentation. Can be the mud volcanoes add to the surface features, mud volcanoes?
Susanna? Susanna has done the main work, so that's why I'm asking her.
Yeah, but I did it in springtime, so I think there was something put in unclassified, and because the idea is that there is still going to be the column which has the original feature, and these are preliminary groups made for just the future work easier. We can change the name of the groups and change attributes to other groups, but we don't want to do again this 177 different surface features. So 27 is much easier to handle. But I think there were some landslide. They're not landslide in. Oh, there is actually. Yeah. But you can always include it and then put it on unclassified or contact us, and we can discuss and think it further. But yeah, it's still in preliminary phase, so I think everything is possible, and we are lucky to hear your suggestions about things. Because it's your data, we are trying to put in some kind of order and understand what there is to do with it.
As you know well, the mud volcano is always given a name, so it should be added, should be included to the surface feature. And also related with the Pedro's comments, and how much for the deeper, for the feature, for example, BSR or gas hydrates fields?
Very good question, I would say. How about that?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. But dealing with the seabed substrates, the information goes as deep as we normally have the sediment samples, depending on whatever box scorer, ChemAx, 1VN. So that means that we do not have surface sediment information deeper than, let's say, 0.5 meter or 30 centimeters down to 0.5 meter. But of course, when you are dealing with seismics or acoustics, so you can get information down to 1 meter. But if I remember, in this earlier EMONET phases, we've been discussing about like 30 to 50 centimeters. So that's kind of the depth scale in those in that data. So.
Okay, Annette.
Yeah, Annette Pliske. I have a question for this. As there are clear crossovers to other work groups, and now it's the process of starting to interlink and basically use or recycle some of the work that has been done. Is in these attribute tables, are there some flagging going on where you actually have the work group that it's pointing to? So it's basically to avoid a lot of redoing things.
Yeah, it's just that to avoid duplicate work and confusing also the users, because now it's so heterogeneous, so you can't really follow what's in there. Yeah, and we have to cooperate within the vocabulary group as well, so that's vital part. Yeah.
Okay, then Andrea.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to underline that, as far as I understood, this is what partners put in the field surface feeder.
Exactly.
Which doesn't mean that the other partners have to put this information in that field.
Yes.
So you don't have to redo the same work if you already provided the information in another work package. Okay,
yeah.
like let's say POC marks.
Yeah.
That only means that somebody consider relevant to add this information in the surface feature field.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's clear. What I also don't understand exactly is unclassified, because if you cannot classify anything, why should you provide information on a surface feature? But this is something I cannot know. Okay, but
it was just a name that we invented to include
okay.
all the others that we only have
joke.
one or two
Anyway.
feature on.
Sorry, because I have. Okay, then I have a few other issues which do not concern surface features. So
Good.
if somebody wants to go on this discussion, then I'll come back later.
Okay. Okay. Vera is next, and then I think I saw.
So thank you for this very good overview, which triggers indeed quite a lot. I'm sorry to come back to that again, but just from a learning perspective and a group perspective, like when people upload a certain feature, couldn't we also ask to provide a picture of it in a shared document? Because now, first I thought that a surface feature was basically a topographic expression, and now I was thinking, oh, maybe we think of topographic expressions, but maybe also samples. If I sample a peat, and I have several peat samples, I probably also can just have a delineation and also supply that. So that's my first question: do we target only something with a topographic expression, or pure samples go in as well? But if it's indeed a topographic expression, I think we can learn a lot from each other, and it would have a nice spin-off later to actually visualize it, and that we can learn. And then the process of doing this would have a much higher speed than it is now, because we can learn from one another to see what we are actually how the acoustic fascias or whatever looks like in Europe, to say so. And the other one, I was wondering if one of us, and maybe I could have the opportunity, would have an MSc student who could be helping out on this. Would that be welcome?
Yeah, thanks for the offer. It's very welcomed, I think. Yeah. So thank you. And I also fully agree that it would be nice to have more discussion about the features, and also how partners see them, like and actual images of the acoustic fascias or the features that have been included. Because it has been kind of a very open field for the time being, and we have over 150 different features included there. So it's very, very very variable and very heterogeneous, and there are lots of overlap, and people have described similar features with different names, and it's quite difficult. But at the end, we ended up with these 27 groups. But there is a space for more discussion and more description of these features, definitely. Yeah.
You have to do it properly anyway, because you are setting a global standard. Remember that.
Yeah. And any more questions on the surface features, or? Yeah, Uffe.
Uffe, just a moment.
It's on. Okay, it's Uffe Larsen from GEOS. I just have one remark about the metadata to the data set here, because you have added a new column called forgot how data was calculated, supervised, unsupervised, and so on.
That's true.
That's a kind of metadata, and you already have some metadata columns inside the data set, like contact information, also source, and those columns also describe some metadata. So maybe a possibility could be just to take those columns with metadata outside the dataset and put them into our ECDI database, and then have a pointer to the ECDI database. It's just a suggestion, because, for example, if you need more metadata, you can just add them to the metadata set instead of the dataset that you show in the portal. It's just a short remark on the data model.
At the beginning of the EMODNet, during the EuroEMODNet, and I think during the first phase of the EMODNet, we actually had that.
Oh.
We had 3 different separate layers for substrate. We had index, that was mainly the basic metadata information for CPET substrate data. And then we have the actual substrate information and some attributes in relation to that. And then we had a third layer that was about the confidence. But it didn't seem to work out so well, as we considered we had one column that was supposed to combine all of them, so that we had this one column that you could check that kind of how do you say it, combine them all. But we had problems with this combination. So it didn't work that well, and that's why we have it now all in one layer, to make it easier for us practically. But if it's kind of needed on the point of, from the portal point of view, then we have to reconsider it again.
No, it's not needed at the portal, it's just a suggestion. So,
yeah. So there is this history in relation with that, and that's why we are missing confidence information from the broad scale data, because it was a separate layer at the time.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. More? You have a lot of time, remember, you can discuss for 2 hours.
Andrea had questions on the other topics then. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's start from the confidence, because there has been some misunderstanding, I think, or maybe mishandling even from our side on the different deliveries that we've done through time. Because I downloaded the geodatabase concerning Italy that you prepared on the file manager, and it actually does not correspond to what we delivered. So that's what I think we discussed this issue already, because you remember that we couldn't get hold of the original data after the fire that we had. Yeah.
But this is the same issue. It's not a new issue, or is it?
Well, somehow it's the same issue. Somehow it's not, because we received the message saying that there is no confidence in one layer, whereas we provided it. I'm sure that we did it.
If it's the broad scale data layer.
Pardon?
Is it the broad scale data layer that we are talking now, 1 to 1,250,000?
Yeah.
So that's missing from all the broad scale data at the moment, because we had the separate.
Okay, I didn't get that.
Yeah,
okay.
We had a separate confidence layer when we were producing these broad scale data sets.
Okay, that's why.
Yeah, that's the reason behind.
Okay.
I'm really sorry about that, but. That's
okay, now the point comes to the other point that you mentioned, that we should use the same geodatabase that you have put on the file manager to integrate it.
Yeah.
Whereas now we have that information on a different shapefile.
Yeah.
So, okay, we'll see how it goes, but this is not so easy, and it will take time to do that.
Yeah, I understand.
And on top of that, we are now working on an elaboration starting from the higher resolution and trying to generalize information at different low resolution scales from 25,000, which is our geodatabase, to 1 million, which is something we didn't do at the beginning.
Yes.
That means that information is probably going to be pretty much different from what it used to be.
Okay.
So it is difficult to actually integrate the geodatabase that you provided. So, okay, but maybe we can discuss this separately, because this is a specific issue for our...
It's good to know.
But the other issue is that you also asked. I mean, I had a message from Susanna. She wrote it a long time ago. Let me check. It was like in June. When was it? Yes, in June, concerning the Adriatic Sea. I spoke to Slobodan yesterday concerning this issue because you asked for an harmonized information on the Adriatic Sea as well at different scales. And okay, I didn't know what to say, and now I can tell you that we are not able to do this at this stage.
Okay.
Maybe in the next phase.
Yeah.
So we will provide only our part of the Adriatic Sea, and then we will see in the next phase if it is possible to actually cooperate with the other countries and organize an harmonized layer.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's okay.
Good. Dorota?
Dorota Kalbasz from Polish Geological Institute. One question, could you just please go back to the surface feature groups? Thank you. There is number 12, mixture, 2 or more listed features. Have you thought about such situation that we have this mixture field, but actually we know what is it? Shall we indicate it somehow in comments or whatever?
Yeah, I'll give to Susanna.
Okay, thank you.
So there is still the surface feature where you have a free word to write about it, and there's this other column with the surface feature group where you should put the number of the group that you think that the surface feature belongs to. And if I remember right, the mixture means that it has like 2 or more listed features, and I think all of them had some kind of bioclastic feature and combined with something else. But there's still the column which says the original surface feature. So.
But my question was that if you have ferromanganese concretion, for example, and this is very thin layer on the, I don't know, hard clay or whatever. So what shall we choose?
That would be the mixture, because there's still the original information, but there is still 2 of those.
Yeah, so shall we just miss the information?
Yeah.
What is it?
So the mixture would be the surface feature group, and then the surface feature column would include the information that there is a concretion field and, was it hard clay? Sorry. So it's kind of like, I think the group is more for us to make it easier to kind of find those surface features that are similar, or if we need to move them around, that somehow make it easier to work with it. And we know that those groups are definitely not perfect, but they are based on those surface features that has been reported. So, but if there is 2 or more, then it's the mixture is the group name, and then the surface feature field has the exact information. What are those features?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That was a good question. Good answer.
Well, it's a tricky topic.
That's actually quite a typical case with the hard clay and the concretions.
Welcome to reality. Yeah. Yeah, that's
yeah,
what
but as I said, you have to do this properly because Emonet is setting a global standard in everything. So we have to do it properly. More comments, Sütze?
Yeah, a question that relates to the work we're doing on seabed sediment mapping, but also might have meaning for other partners who have plans in this direction, is that we're now working with polygon maps, but we're in our new modeled maps are using raster approach. Is that something that we should think about when we're thinking about later releases, the opportunity, the possibility of including raster data?
I think this is something that we already discussed or touched in Utrecht meeting also, and we were thinking that lots of partners actually produce data by modeling, and then we have rasters as an output. We haven't provided raster information out yet. Perhaps in the future, I don't know how that goes with the portal. Is there any limit on in which format you should provide your data?
Uffe.
It's on? Yeah. I think there are still some problems with the raster data on the central portal, but I guess they have to be solved at some point. There's some, corners that had to be solved. For example, if you click on the map and you want to see any information about the point where you have clicked on the map, you got just, I can't remember if you get an error or what, but you don't get the right information. So they still have some work to do there. But I guess when the real launch of the central portal arrives in the start of next year, then these problems will be solved.
Okay. Sytse has and Vera also have comments.
Yeah, just to follow up on this, we actually use EMOTNET bathymetry data to do the interpolation. So, when we're using EMOTNET raster data, I'm assuming that those will be published as rasters. So, yeah.
No, I heard that the central portal would make use of ERDAP, and ERDAP is meant for modeling data. So all of my colleagues in oceanographic modeling are putting all their grids and all their simulations on ERDAP. So in that sense, I would think that the future would probably be very open for raster data. But I don't know how the ERDAP will be implemented in EMOTNET.
I must admit I don't know so much about ERDAP because we don't have it at our, we don't use it at our IT infrastructure right now, but I guess we could use the ERDAP that the central portal provides, and the other lots are using it. So I guess we could also, learn how to do it, and for raster map and so on. Yeah.
So yeah, so Bartal. Regarding the raster data, it's a good thing that you start off by using EMOTNET data, but in the bathymetry lot, the problem is when we use gridded data in another projection, there will come some artifacts when you reproject it, and I think those issues are not an issue when you use vector data. But if you re-rasterify something, then you might see some artifacts. So.
Sytse?
I think these kinds of practical considerations we should communicate with both the bathymetry lot and the secretariat, because that's one of the wonderful things about being in such a wide EMOTNET community, that we can see how we can help each other out. But it's a very good point, and I think we should definitely highlight it in our communication.
Thank you.
Okay. So if I can say that at the moment we are providing polygon data, but we have included in our memory that perhaps in future we should give some raster information out. I don't remember how many, if people have actually asked raster data. Susanna, do you remember? Has anyone asked to raster data sets at the moment? No. But it's mainly if we are producing gridded data, so if we should give that in original format, that's one question. Yeah. Any further questions, comments, feedback? Paata?
Okay, Marta.
just a short one. I'm glad to see that you included both bedrock and boulders this time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, thanks to you, because it was taken what the partners have included. So.
Okay, Pedro.
Can we ask about the erosion thing? Is
of
it
course, yes,
now the
of course.
time?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm a bit. I'm not very. I'm a bit confused about the seabed erosion. But so I think you said that there is both the opportunity of including quantitative and qualitative data.
Yes, at the moment.
These will all be in the as maps.
Well, it will be an index map that shows the studies that have been made. And we have these attributes for that index, so it's kind of a metadata of all the studies that have been done in relation with the seabed erosion. It's not, it doesn't include all the rate studies only, it includes all studies that have been done.
Okay,
so
thanks.
it's not actual data in its format. Because the idea behind the ModNet is to collate and combined existing and available data. So that's the reason behind. We didn't start to do any new studies in relation with seabed erosion here.
And I want to point out that this is not our idea. This was the idea of DG Mare to put in erosion, which is very difficult, really. And I have told DG Mare and Cinea that we are working on it. It will be difficult, but we are coming out with something, and we will proceed with it in the next phase. Just once more reminding them of that they need us also in the next phase. More comments? Questions?
If no, I think it's time for case study.
Yeah, in that case I will ask Simeon to come up and show us the case study. Thank you, Anu, very much.
Thank you. And feel free to ask questions during the breaks. Yeah.
And Simeon, you have a lot of time.
Yeah, thank you.
About 2 hours.
Okay, right, I'll talk very
No,
slowly.
1.5, sorry. It's still searching. It might take a while. Okay. Puhula puheenjohtajana hetken, mä menen Juomon kanssa juttelemaan.
No, just we are not in hurry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. My name's Simeon, or Sim, and I work for the Centre for the Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Science. So we've been working with Work Package 3 for a number of years, working on various case studies to kind of promote the use of the data within this lot and other eModNet lots. So previously, standing here, you would have been either Marcus Diesing, which many of you know, and Peter Mitchell, but now you've got me. So today I'm going to talk to you about some of those previous studies which we've undertaken and some of the justification behind some of those studies. We're going to look at the aims of this current case study that we're undertaking. Talk a bit about the data, getting that ready for the case study, some of the initial results we've got, and then some of the next steps we're going to be taking over the next 6 months. So we've been looking at seabed substrates, obviously because that's why we're working with Work Package 3. As you know, the various different substrate maps that are produced, that everyone here produces and then submits to Work Package 3, they're extremely useful pieces of information. They're easy to interpret, so if you're a marine manager or a scientist and you just need to quickly know what's going on, you can just have a look at these maps and go straight for it. They're also very useful for quantifiable areas. If you're reporting to various kind of treaties or things such as the Habitat Directive, you can quickly quantify how much sand that you have in sand habitats or various that you have within your EZ. Some of the downsides of these type of classified habitat maps or substrate maps, sometimes they are hard to translate from one to another. So if you have a FOC5 map, you can't then kind of dig down into that data and produce something like a FOC16. We also have problems with, or not problems, but there's the idea of boundary areas. So where you get the change in habitat classification or seabed substrate classification, on the map it's shown as a hard boundary where often there's a bit more nuance there and it's more of a transitional habitat. We also have the boundary areas between national jurisdictions where you just get a change of interpretation. You get sometimes some changes there. So my previous colleagues, Marcus and Peter, looked to kind of overcome this by developing kind of whole basin approaches to substrate maps. So they looked at quantifying the proportions of mud, sand, and gravel across whole basin scales, and then using that to then derive quantified habitat maps. So for these case studies, they collected a lot of sediment samples, so quantitative sediment samples where people have recorded sand, gravel, and mud, either using sieving or laser diffraction, and use those as input into a machine learning model, along with a number of predictor layers, so things such as bathymetry, bathymetric positional index, suspended particulate matter, and wave energy, to then produce maps of sediments. So some of their outputs, so they produce these quantitative sediment distribution maps, which could then be translated into whatever folk class you wanted. So you could take the proportions of sand, gravel, and mud, and then use the various folk trigons to then translate that into the different classification schemes. And the nice thing is that it's easy to go back and forth between those schemes. Something else you can do, it also reveals some of those subtleties within the substrate type. So where you've got a sand substrate, sometimes there is variations in the amount of mud and gravel in there, which can have an influence on, say, if you're looking at like the benthos or something like that. So the aim of the current case study is to expand the use of these machine learning models, which have been developed previously, into other sea basins within the eModNet area. So during the last phase, Peter Mitchell looked at predicting sedimentation rates within the Baltic Sea. This seemed like a good place to start when looking at other basins to expand our sediment composition maps. So obviously the North Sea was the one that Marcus and Peter did previously, so we thought we'd have a look at quantifying the sediments within the Baltic. So the first part of developing the models is to build up the training data set you're going to use for the machine learning model. So for the sediment composition maps, we need to utilize sediment samples which have proportions of mud, sand, and gravel. So in the previous studies, where they did it in the North Sea, they filtered the samples by the analysis methodology to ensure that only samples which were measured using dry sieving or laser diffraction were used. So these methods are widely used in the North Sea, so that's the main reason why they chose that basin to start with. So within the Baltic region, we did identify a number of data sets which did meet this criteria. However, it became apparent that there are many more samples within the Baltic which are measured qualitatively. So in fact, large areas of the basin, especially to the north, are only supported by samples which are qualitatively assessed. So although it would be nice that all sediment samples could undergo full particle size, it often isn't appropriate. So the high costs associated with analysis and the end use of the data may mean that it's better to undertake some of those estimates of grain size within the field. So this kind of created the question about whether we could use any of those kind of qualitatively assessed samples in a quantitative estimate. Luckily for me, Peter last year undertook some work looking at decreasing levels of accuracy in the input data to the accuracy of the output data. So in the North Sea, he took the samples he had, he translated them into the Folk 16 classification, and then used the center point of the trigon to then give an average for each sediment type, so an average for mud, sand, and gravel within that habitat. He put that into his machine learning model, run it at similar parameters, and got some very useful outputs. So the outputs he did get were still of an accuracy and of a variance explained, which still meant that the maps were useful products. So we've gone about collecting sediment samples for the Baltic region. So we've contacted a number of you and collected off various different data portals. So we've got about 10,000 sediment samples from across the Baltic. After going through those and assessing which ones we felt were the most appropriate for this, so we were looking for sediment samples who were either had full granulometric data or had a Folk 16 classification or a very descriptive sediment description that we could get down. We ended up with about 3,000 samples for the whole region. So we divided those sediment samples into a training and testing data set of 70/30. The next thing we did was we translated these samples into an additive log ratio. So sand, gravel, and mud, because they aren't independent variables, you need to ensure that they are related to each other when running them through the model. So we used these two equations, and we created two separate data sets, so ALRM and ALRS. So we ended up running two random forest models, one for each data set. We used a number of predictor variables, so we downloaded bathymetry from the eModNet bathymetry lot, and from that we created a bathymetric positional index of 10, 50, and 100. From Copernicus, we downloaded the suspended particulate matter data. We did an average for summer and winter. And then we derived a distance from shore as a metric for riverine input and created a wave energy layer with an average for summer and for winter. So all these data sets we put into our random forest model and got some outputs. So here are some of the preliminary results. So we've got the three separate maps here. So we've got the proportions of mud, the proportions of sand, and the proportions of gravel. So yeah, so some fairly nice maps and quite a lot of changes in subtlety. I'll leave it to you guys to decide how good you think those are, just from your experience of the Baltic. So here's an example of turning that data into one of the classification schemes. So this is into the Folk 5. Obviously, we don't have the rock in here at the moment. We're just focused on the sediments. But we've translated that into the coarse sand, mud, and mixed habitats from around the Baltic. So how accurate are these maps? So we measured accuracy in two different ways. So we looked at the variance explained, which is a function of the mean of the square predicted error of the two additive log models. So these are kind of looking at the raw outputs of the random forest model. And then also we ran error matrices based on folk classification, so looking at predicted versus observed. So with variance explained, so we have the two separate models, so the ALRM and the ALRS. So with the first model, we ended up with a variance explained of 72.9%, and with the second model, we ended up with 65.7%. So these are a little lower than the North Sea one, but that's to be expected. But they are still very good percentages, and we feel they do compare comparatively well. These two tables here just show some of the importance layers within the random forest model, and where it says 2020 Baltic, that is the bathymetry layer, and you see that's quite significant in both, as well as kind of the wave input. So with some of the error matrices with the classified habitats, so we've got the Folk 16 and the Folk 5 here. So with the Folk 16, we ended up with an accuracy of 62.2%, and with the Folk 5, 87.2%. There is, as I said, these are still initial results, and there is a little bit of bias in there with regards to location of samples, and we just need to look at that a little bit. So we do expect these accuracy measures just to probably decrease a little bit once we finalize this data, but they shouldn't decrease too much. So next steps, so what we're looking to do over the next 6 months or so. As I said, we've collected a number of data sets, but there are other data sets still out there. We have requested a number of data sets from bodies which have restricted data sets, and these tend to be full granulometric data sets, and we're hoping to get these fairly soon. Once we have those, we should be able to do a better assessment on the accuracy, and hopefully also improve the model prediction. With these additional data sets as well, that should also help us rebalance some of that geographical bias. The number of samples we have it tends to be much more dense in the south of the Baltic than it is in the north. The other thing we're going to look to do is do a comparison with a class-based machine learning model. So whereas with the model we ran here, we turned class to a numeric value, predicted the numeric value, and then turned that back into class. We're going to look just to run a class-based model and see how that compares accuracy-wise. And then finally, we're going to look to refine the machine learning model. So here we used a random forest model, and we'll look just to tweak some of the parameters on that just to improve the output. But potentially, we'll look at using some other machine learning models. So potentially something like gradient boosting or something like that. Excellent, and that's the end of my presentation, and sorry that's not an hour long.
Yeah, thank you very much, Simeon. Any comments or questions to Simeon?
Thank you, Arno, for assisting. Okay, Gunnar.
Thank you for a presentation. My question, just for curiosity, and is there any stop criteria for the accuracy, finding the accuracy?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is there any stop criteria for the learning dimension and?
Well, from the model.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there. So the model does output an accuracy measure as well. I unfortunately didn't have time to get that from the data, but there will be some additional measures kind of directly from the model. Was that the question? Sorry. Yeah.
So could you share us the two references in your presentation with us?
Oh, of course, yes. I'll send those around.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
That was Kadir. Okay, Anu next. Just a moment.
Thank you, Simeon. Very nice presentation and a lot of work. Yep. what was the pixel size of the data that you had? What's the resolution?
The pixel size is of the, I think it's 200 meters.
200 meters,
yeah.
So it's quite a coarse scale. Have you compared the result with the data that we have at the moment that was harmonized within?
Not visually, yes, as in just layering them over in GIS, but I haven't done a kind of a step-through accuracy assessment with that. So.
Okay. Yeah, it would be interesting to see the differences there. And I was also thinking, were the samples collected from Sample Archive, from Emotnet, or where did you get all the samples? Or from the partners?
A number of different sites. So we used GeoSeas, Emotnet. Some people I approached directly to see what sediment samples they had. And then some were out of papers, and whatever I could find, really. It was quite a data mining exercise.
I can believe that. I've done some modeling this year myself as well, and I've also noticed, also in previous time too, that at least the samples in Finland, they're very much biased to soft substrates. So how did you deal with that? Because we have lots of mixed sediments and rocks and boulders, at least in the northern Baltic. That's
that is I think that's something which is going to come up coming forwards is. A lot of, and I think this bias kind of comes with all sediment sampling, there's always a bias towards soft sediments just because they're easier to sample. So coarse sediments tend not to be sampled because your grab gets stuck, you lose your sediment, so you don't get that sample, so you don't tend to get much. So it's something we're going to have to look at. And some of that will come up when we get those additional data sets and also looking at that geographical bias as well. So a lot of the, I think one of the reasons the accuracy score is so inflated is because a lot of those samples are taken in mud and then they're found in mud, and obviously the Baltic is quite muddy as well. Yes, that is going to be something we're going to have to look at with our accuracy scores. As I said, that's something we're going to be doing in the next 6 months.
Okay, that will be interesting. Because at least in Finland, many of the samples have been, it's not for the modeling purposes, it's for a certain purpose, and then you are looking for the most proper area. That's usually a sedimentation area, and that's why you have lots of mud samples. So, do I have more questions? I was just interested to hear, because you did participate on the modeling of the North Sea, did you? Or was it mainly Marcus?
So Marcus did the first bit, and then I started the data collection, and then Peter took over the modeling bit. So.
But were there some variables that were different within these sea areas? Like were some other parameters more important in the Baltic Sea than within the North Sea, basis of the first results?
With the, I'll have to find the North Sea paper, but bathymetry, once again, was quite a significant one, and wave energy was also significant. So both of those were very similar. I think within the North Sea, actually suspended particulate matter was quite a significant one, and that was less important within the Baltic. That's another thing to look into.
That's interesting. Yeah. But I would love to discuss more if there is a chance to have a smaller workshop or something like that. I don't know what about the other Baltic members, but at least I would be interested in that.
Yeah, that'd be grand.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that was a good point about the grain size, because it's not very typical to take rock samples. At least for us, maybe for some else researchers. Okay, Pedro.
Hi, hello. This is not my field of expertise, so I just wanted to have things more clear in my mind. So, as I understand, you start off this modeling with a base map, and then you add on information that you collect from Copernicus, for example, regarding hydrodynamic settings or data sets, and the sediment in suspension. Am I correct?
Yeah, correct.
And then you try to forecast, let's say, what will be the sedimentation rate in each cell, which is about 200 meters, as I... Yeah. And what will be the sediment composition deposited. And then you had a slide where you mentioned summer and winter or something like that?
Yes.
I missed that part.
Okay. Yeah. So with the different layers we've got, so obviously with the changes of the season, you get changes in the different metrics. So wave energy, obviously it's summer, you tend to get less high energy, and in winter you get summer you get lower energy, winter you get higher energy, and it's you could average across the whole year, but you'd probably find that quite depresses it. And it's often that these big winter storms which come through are some of the big drivers of some of those sediment movements. So it's quite important to include some of that kind of bigger wave height, that higher energy inputs, just to ensure that you are capturing some of those big influences. So that's why we have the separate ones. And same for suspended particulate matter. Obviously, that's very influenced by both wave energy and also riverine input as well, so the amount of rain you're getting, and that varies between summer and winter as well.
So could I think that these models you are presenting, they apply to the ongoing or last year's conditions of environmental conditions?
So with something like suspended particulate matter or wave energy, we tend to average it over a number of years. So I think with these, we've averaged it over 10 years. Just so that, because obviously, there are variations in year-on-year weather. So we average it over a 10-year period just to ensure that we're getting a reasonable model for that data.
So we could integrate this in, say, 10 years time interval?
Potentially, yes. The only problem is with the sediment samples, because they are historic, and so that's the input data that we're predicting to, which is obviously that's past. So, predicting into the future, we'd have to, look at how we would think about that. That's a whole new problem, but
this is a geology question. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. Oh, Sutse?
Just to follow up on what Pedro was saying, this obviously has to do, in large part, with geological expertise, and one of the things that you don't always catch in processes is, things that happened in the part of the past that was different. In processes from what it is today. And I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from the North Sea there. So perhaps we could, just try to intensify this communication a little bit between, this case study and us as potential contributors to see if we can do things and make things a little bit better. Because there's, some of us have the expertise to see that there's some obvious mental errors that are being made, which we can easily avoid. So it would be great. Well, we have plenty of time now to make sure that we do it a little bit better. And we have the bias, but that's on the radar. But there's some other elements also that we could definitely think of when it comes to doing this in the most optimal way.
Yeah, no, brilliant. I'd be really happy to discuss. We are, we're always looking to improve these and our understanding, and any input would be greatly welcome.
Okay, Pedro.
Well, I'm afraid this has nothing to do with you, but I was thinking about, I think this is wonderful. This modeling, this is an eye-opener even to geologists, because we can compare the capacity of modeling and the data sets we have. And coming back to Anu Kaskela's presentation and that table of a lot of surface features, maybe in the future, coming up with new data sets besides energy of the waves and currents, perhaps putting into the modeling chemistry and physics of the environment, we could maybe predict all those surface features Anu was talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a really good point. If we go back to this map, so it is machine. Oh, sorry. There are lots of layers, but it's very much they're machine learning, but we are still inputting those layers. We are still telling what layers to predict to, and there are like here we've limited. There's only about 10 layers, and as you said, there could be other things which are having a much stronger influence that we just don't know about. We're still making kind of expert judgment on what we think is going to be the most important variables. However, we may have missed something completely, which is completely left field, like the presence of deep water corals or something like that. You just don't know, and until you input those in, it could have such strong influence. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next, Reidulf.
Yes, hello. Reidulf Bø from the Geological Survey of Norway. As you know, Markus Diesing is working with us at the survey, and he's doing a lot of this work both on seabed sediments, grain size. Now lately he's done quite a lot of work on carbon in marine sediments. And I guess together with some of you published a map and a publication about this. Now he is expanding this to using machine learning and modeling to the entire Norwegian offshore area. So I guess it could be a good idea to get him perhaps for the next project meeting to give a presentation on how he's doing this. So there is quite a lot going on using machine learning and modeling.
Okay, Reidulf, that's a task for you to ask him to attend the next meeting, because you are a partner. You can ask him to come. That would be really great. I think these are issues actually that should be discussed, because we are trying to improve in all aspects of this. As I said, we are the global trendsetters. Then we had Bartal here.
Hi. Also, comment on that with Markus in a separate project. We're doing, I guess, similar work in up north. And there was a question in that meeting that one of the variables I think is missing, morphology. Has it been used in this case?
The kind of the closest we've got to morphology is kind of those BPI layers, those bathymetric positional index. So they give. So they are the variation of a pixel compared to either a radius of 10 pixels, 50 pixels, or 100 pixels around it.
Yeah,
so it's not quite morphology.
Because that's one of the main parts that we're using when we do it manually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be interested to think about how we get those into a model. But happy to discuss.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm trying to look. Somebody else. Come on, you have a chance now. We still have quite a lot of time. And Simen has traveled all the way here just to answer your questions.
Exactly.
Okay, Vera, I was wondering when you are going to ask something or comment.
And I was wondering about what you expect from the gradient boosting. Was this only with respect to grain size? There I could see a clear added value, but when it's in respect to the folk classes, I think like also in the Baltic, you have the hard clay, the till, and also in our case with the gravel, the edges are very sharp from sand, and then it's a very sharp edge, and you get into the gravel. It's the same with the hard clay and the till. So there I didn't see really the added value of gradient boosting, and it would only bring in. I would not be a successful approach, I think. So how do you see the added value of that?
the advantage of gradient boosting over something like random forest is more a way around the way it deals with creating those extra trees. So where you've got random forest, it creates a number of decision trees randomly, like it says, and then it brings those trees together to get the best possible output. Whereas gradient boosting, it takes that first tree and then it looks at the weak parts of those trees and then develops a second model with an improvement on that, and then that keeps going until you get a better thing. Is that where you're going with that question? Oh, so no, it's got nothing to do with the sediment granularity. No, sorry, it's probably a deceiving name. Yeah, it's just a different type of machine learning model. Sorry.
Okay. Sutse, did you have a question? No? Okay. Well, it seems that everyone is satisfied with this part now, if I can see correctly. Okay, thank you very much, Simeon. That was great. Thank you. So now, let's have a short coffee break of 50 minutes. And the coffee is already there. The machine is on, I mean. And let's be back at 11:30 for Christine's work package presentation. 50 minutes break. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Luba has something to say. Luba?
It's not for the people out
okay.
of this room, yeah? Okay. For tomorrow, for the Friday excursion, many people are asking for the breakfast, and will they catch their plane? We arrange the same bus which will be for excursion to go to airport for 4 o'clock flight to Vienna. So please no bother anymore. Breakfast, the bus will leave at 8:30, 8:45, so you have plenty of time to have a breakfast.
Christine. Sorry? Yes. Okay, everybody. We had a great but short coffee break. I hope you are refreshed, and I'm ready for a 1-hour presentation on Work Package 4, which Christine is going to present now as soon as the computer is attached to the system. Wrong socket. Yeah, sorry, it takes a few minutes. 58 minutes left. I know. Yeah, sorry. Okay, Christine, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you also very much for your patience. Sometimes, even now, harmonization of plugs doesn't work. So this is why we have harmonization also as a part of Work Package 4. Well, I'm very glad that we finally meet in Varna. I have to say this again, and as real people, so we can talk and discuss and solve issues very easily without writing big, extensive emails. And well, this is one thing. And the other thing is I would like to also submit greetings from Alexander Müller, who is the second part of the Work Package 4 BGR team, who can't be here with us this time, but he says hi, hello, and he would have loved to be with us, but next time. So, I think I need some help to get to the next slide, because this is the presentation mode. Here it's not. Can you tell me how I do this? Because I see another slide than you see. I mean, this is a very nice one, taken yesterday morning. But, very good. So what is Work Package 4 about? The seafloor geology. We are compiling and harmonizing the European marine geological map data as detailed and as far as possible for the themes of pre-quaternary, quaternary geology, geomorphology, and general physiographic features. And perhaps each time we are having a meeting, we can add on another layer. We can show you in Utrecht, it was one less. We have a new one, the physiographic feature lines. So, well, this was some progress, and we would like to talk to you about it. Well, what are our objectives in this phase? One thing is the progress of the compilation and harmonization of our quaternary and geomorphological features and information, add additional information on all layers, especially on the coastal areas, collate comparable seabed geology and geomorphology information, if possible for the coastal ribbon to allow a proper land and sea connection, optimize semantic descriptions of the used INSPIRE compliant terms by including hierarchies. We talked about this yesterday. Optimize the quaternary color scheme, intensify the cooperations with several work packages, Work Package 6 for the tectonics, Work Package 8 for our common geomorphologic features, and definitely Work Package 3 with our common seafloor features. So we will see this later, and we also will have a look at how far we have come with our results. Well, I'm just starting with showing you maps, because this is what we are doing. We are providing maps to the portal. And one thing which we did is that we received a couple of new data from you for the general physiographic features. It wasn't much, but we updated it, and we will provide this to Uffe, to Work Package 9 soon. It is there, we have it. The same thing with our geomorphology polygons. We also received a couple of updates from some of you, which we also included in the features. I think you who have provided those data know where this is, and we will also provide this to Work Package 9. But with both, we are going to wait until June, July next year, because I'm sure there will be more updates we will be coming up, and Uffe and we don't have to provide little polygons again and again. So there is still time for you to provide your new data. But for us, the new thing and the new layer we have been constructing is the geomorphological line features that have been provided through the last phases and also this phase, but we never showed it because we only showed features. Now we have implemented this. We first implemented this on the viewer system of BGR, and we got feedback from you where things are wrong, where harmonization should be done. For example, there was something between Portugal and Spain and France, and where perhaps some information is missing. This was included. Thank you. And we provided it to Uffe and to Work Package 9. And finally, this is indeed online. And as this is now an overview map where you can hardly see what detailed and interesting features we got, I will just show you some examples what this encompasses so that you see these are not a couple of colored blobs on the map, it's much more. Let's have a look at our very detailed Norwegian data. We got beautiful plow marks on the southwestern Norwegian marine area, which you can hardly see. You can hardly see, you see it's just a red blob, but in reality it's a multitude of line features that has been mapped and provided to us. A lot of work behind this. And from Iceland, we got also very detailed features. You see also, these also look like red blobs. You might think it's lava, it's not. The features you can see here is mainly terminal moraine features, quite interesting for the glacial history, and also plow marks, again from icebergs. Icebergs, is that the same in English? Yeah, from icebergs. So again, a lot of mapping is involved here, and this kind of work provided to EMUTNet. I think we can be very happy to can show this on the main portal and on our portal. We also received data from the Ukraine, which I would like to show here. They provided paleo coastlines to us and the base of the continental slope. Valerie cannot be here, but he is still working and he provided those data. Thank you to him. Well, I could go on and go on with the example, but let me do this as well. We are going a little bit more south, well, medium south. North of Ireland, we have nice features of marine canyons, fens, and drumlins. Drumlins, I love drumlins, which are also the result of fantastic work from our Irish colleagues. And in the Tyrrhenian Sea, Andrea and our Italian colleagues provided to us quite nice features of marine canyons and ridges, and all of this is the result of much work. I can tell you we have much more of this that we could show, but I will stop now. Thank you all for providing this. The data, you really have to go into the features. If you're zooming up the map that is the base map for the whole of Europe and go into regions, you get all of a sudden a multitude of detailed features. So fantastic, thank you. Well, the Quaternary. As you know, we have subdivided the Quaternary into layers according to its resolution, to small scale to very wide scale, and so you can go on the portal and can have a look on the Quaternary geology feature-wise. We did this because the performance was so slow when people tried to open the Quaternary feature layer on the former EMUTNet portal that it just took so much time that people just didn't bother and stopped it. And that was a pity. So this one works. However, I found out it is a pity if you are trying to look at the features and you don't see the whole picture. You can't have a look at Europe and can see how is the situation of the Quaternary geology, of the seafloor geology in Europe, because we don't well, we don't show yet, or not yet, the whole picture. And we discussed this with Uffe, and we are planning to provide a synthetic layer, so a layer that shows all of those features. But we will have to see that we don't disturb the performance, so that we don't up again with the loading circle goes on and nothing works. But this is a plan for the quaternary layer that we do this. And of course, you are all very welcome to provide your quaternary data. We have talked with a couple of you, and we are expecting data medium soon. There was another topic that I mentioned in our description of our work package. You remember several of you said, the quaternary geology of the age, when we have a look at our data, you can hardly distinguish them. They look boring, yellow, and you can hardly see them. I mean, yellow is a nice color, and all those brownish, grayish colors are nice as well, and it's difficult to find always a new color scheme. And apart from this, it was standard of the IUGS and of Inspire, so we used this, which was a standard. However, because there was input from your side, this is not so nice, and we would like to see better our distinguishing. Alex worked hard to optimize the color scheme, and as you can see here, well, I can see it here, it's always difficult here. I can tell you this is now more distinguished, and the colors are a little more, as we say, more spread, so you have some more differences. Let's go a little deeper into this. This is Alex saying hello, everybody. We applied this updated color scheme for age to our data, so that you can see how it looked like the famous before and after pictures. So this is using the IUGS colors, the Inspire colors, which are using the IUGS ones, and this is how it looks like when you apply our new data. And what we are going to do is that we are providing this new RPRX, this new color scheme, to Work Package 9. And then you can have a look if you think it's a better thing. To apply a new color scheme is not that difficult, you just have to do it. So here is a before and after pictures and greeting from Alex. Well, the Caribbean Sea geology. Well, I missed yesterday the session, but nevertheless, we have been working on it. And we found some data that would be interesting for geology. And also Teresa yesterday gave me a new map, which I didn't know, the one from AskMe. We found the CGMW Global Geological Map in the scale 1 to 35 million, which is not online, but we have them because we are a part of CGMW, and it includes a very rough geology of the Caribbean Sea. There is a fantastic map of the CGMW is the Commission of the Geological Map of the World. I should have said that. So CGMW also provided, they have the structural map of the Caribbean, which is very fresh. It's from last year. However, you have to buy it. There is a GIS layer, but it's not publicly available. You have to buy it, or we have to negotiate with them. And then we also have to negotiate that when we can include it and use it. So this is why I put big ribbon in there saying copyright license need to digitize. The next one is a nice USGS map, which shows especially the structures and faults of the Caribbean Sea. It's an open file report, but still here the question is, can we use this and can we actually publish it online within EMUTNet? And also the map Teresa kindly provided me and pointed me to the AXME one, the metallogenetic map of the Caribbean. Well, you can't see the legend, but there are quite some interesting geological features which we could include as well. But the map is not published yet. It's still a proof. And well, this means we can't use them anyway. And the question is, how do we cope with the copyright issues? And this is something, I don't know if it's only me or us who are coping with it, or maybe also others of you in your work packages. But this is the kind of data we have found, because at BGR we don't have Caribbean Sea data that are our own ones. We only can provide data that are created by others, and they have the copyright. So, the prototype areas. You know, like since quite a while we are working on harmonization issues, and the prototype areas are a good way to solve them. We have several ones of those. You know them by heart, I think, by now, because we have a look at this picture each of the meetings, but sometimes a new area comes along. This time we are going to focus on the Western Baltic Sea, maybe also on Finland too, because we agreed in Utrecht that we are going to have a look at the Western Baltic Sea Quaternary geology harmonization. Last time we worked on the geomorphology. You remember we had our Western Baltic Sea in Finland working group, and the outcome was pretty impressive. Now we are going to work on the Quaternary, and I am rather optimistic that we can provide something until the end of this phase. I had the chance to talk to some of you, and we are going to have a meeting on this in December 2022. This goes nicely along with geomorphology, but the Quaternary then will be something we should do and we can do. This will be a fantastic result, so looking forward to that one. Well, Henry, you know this, and we need to drink that glass of wine. I'm very, very happy to announce now that our Geological Society of London special issue from continental shelf to slope, not slop, mapping the ocean realm is completed and printed. And many of you have contributed. I put all the IMUDNet contributions on there. Thank you so much. These are so worthwhile and excellent contributions, and I already have heard that some of the papers are actually referred to. So it is really essential and key work, and I'm very, very happy that we have managed to finish this, which was me with Henry and with our Japanese colleague Hiroshi Kitasato, which you don't know, but he's a fantastic guy. He provided the Asian ones. Well, we have the coastal ribbon, and we had a very vivid discussion yesterday on that one. We have on the topic a working group with Sütze, myself, Andrea, Carlo, Anu, Simone, Heather, Werner, and Soko, and all of you are in here. And unfortunately, not all of you could be in the meeting yesterday, but the discussion was very vivid. And the main focus was on the definition and further proceeding. This discussion is going to continue. I can tell you, I dare to tell you an interim's result. I dare. But before we do this, I just want to show you, we don't have to read this again. Almost each work package has mentioning and a small or bigger task that is related to the coastal ribbon. If you would like to, I don't know how our timing is, we can go through it. Timing?
I don't know how much you have left of the presentation.
Depends.
You know yourself.
I know myself quite well. Okay, I just say work package 2 has it, 3 has it, 4 has it, also work package 5 has it, and work package 8, and work package 6 is quite well aware that the coastal ribbon is important for events and probabilities. So Andrea is also a part of the group, and Simone. Well, and here, these are the daring results from yesterday, from the discussion. In phase 4, we agreed there's a special focus on the coastal ribbon to ensure compatibility with terrestrial efforts at the land-sea interface. And we have this written in the introduction of the tender of our proposal, and it's also in our work package descriptions. We have the group, very good group, with several online meetings in 2021 and 2022. And we have drafted a cross-work package inventory of applicable data for each work packages to see what kind of data you have on the coastal ribbon, meaning inland from the coast, onshore data in a marine project, and also on the offshore data close to the coast. This but also includes this challenge. The challenge is to find a definition that would be valid for all work packages, what a coastal ribbon will encompass in EMODnet geology and will be really meaningful and applicable to all our work packages. And there we had the longest part of the discussion, and the discussion is ongoing. We just didn't have enough time, and we had little talks in between, but we will continue with this one. One thing is what we agreed upon is that we have to define this flexible and wide. So to leave as much freedom to provide information on the coastal ribbon for each of you, for each of the participants. And well, because Alex is not here and he couldn't participate, he just sent me a mail and said, how can't we just do it by a buffer inland, which I think we had already, but I wanted to include it to also value this kind of information that gets from people who are following this online, which I find quite nice, if people see what we are doing and provide maps and data. We also agreed in the discussion that we will have to reflect well on the focus of the work. And what was also a nice surprise is that Arini has been working on a test area in Greece on the coastal ribbon. And if we manage to have time on this, we can have a look at this later in addition of this presentation, because she has also prepared a little presentation how this can be done. So thank you, Arini. This was super quick, and this was why I was a little late, Henry. But it's there, and I mean, this is fantastic in only one day. Well, we also have our vocabulary working group, and the issue of vocabularies is important for many work packages, as you know. We have Andrea again, Heather, Anu, Susanna, Sütze, Alex, Müller, myself, and others are welcome to work on the vocabularies. Main focus is of a cross-work package comparison and synchronization of terms and definitions for work packages 3, 4, 6, and 8, because we found yet, now we have a new feature in work package 3, that really the minerals are not yet concerned. There is no overlap, but now there is. So welcome to Xavier. Where are you? He's not in here. Oh, welcome to you, Xavier, and work package 7. Well, our topics discussed in several constructive online meetings and in Utrecht, half hybrid, and now it was about the correlation of terms of our work packages, the hierarchical subdivisions of age, which Alex worked on, draft of a new color scheme, which you already have seen, and draft of short notations for the map display. And well, yesterday, again, it was a vivid and constructive discussions, and I would like to introduce some of the topics we were discussing about. One thing was, should we extend, we were talking about the work package 4 vocabularies, but we also can talk about other vocabularies in this respect, because it concerns maybe all. by adding terms and definitions such as glauconite sand or a finer subdivision of sand and other ones which are necessary or which would be very nice to see in a harmonized description, but you can't do it now. We often talked about a finer subdivision of sand, but there was some input about something else. And what we discussed yesterday is that if we do it now, if you include this now in the vocabularies and let's say release it in December, you have no chance, and it will be very, there's no possibility that you include this into a new delivery because there is hardly any time, and we might leave out some terms. So we decided that the best thing is that we are setting up new guidelines for the next phase in the beginning of the next phase, so you can start with the beginning of the next phase with a very much refurbished vocabulary that will include the hierarchies, that will include the abbreviations, and that will include the new terms we have discussed. However, if you want to have a look at the detailed data which you have provided and you think they are lost, they are not. Because when you're going on the portal, I checked it on the I button, you can see all the original data. So glauconite sand is still there, fine sand is still there, all the data you have provided are there, and also where the data are coming from. Okay, it's not the same as if you have a harmonized term dictionary, but we provide this in the next phase. There was also the question, is there a way to change the Inspire vocabularies? Well, there is an Inspire vocabulary repository, so principally yes. There is a process behind it, and we need to be explored if this can be done and if it's necessary. One thing is what we are producing for ourselves as far as possible to be Inspire compliant or inspired. And the other thing is perhaps the common European standard, which we know is a common denominator which doesn't catch all the needs of data. So this is also something I think we don't have to solve in this phase because our vocabulary is still Inspire compliant, but I think we should not forget the issue. Also, many of you are involved in the new building of a Geological Service of Europe, and it's called CSA-GZEU, Geological Service of Europe. And there is also a work package dealing with marine geology, and one that is focused on maps, on data models, and thus also on vocabularies, and it includes the lithology vocabulary. But this is a 5-year project, and perhaps this will be a chance that we can provide our needed terms that we think we should be included also in the lithology vocabulary. It's just an idea. It's maybe an option. We shouldn't duplicate the work here and in the other vocabulary and in the lithology vocabulary of CSA-GZEU, but I think there can be synergies here. Well, we also had the discussion of short notations. We showed that there are IUGS stratigraphic terms from 2016 that can be still used to at least discuss the more general errors and series, but the more you get into detail, you are just losing the terms. And CGM, the IUGS isn't providing this anymore because I had some discussions yesterday with Annette. Well, people are not going into the abbreviations anymore because I really should use the term, it's a jumble. There are German abbreviations, there are Italian ones, there are probably also many other ones. However, we discussed this, Alex and I, for quite a long time. He thinks abbreviations to be put on the map just help for people to recognize the units. So a question for you, for the audience, for us, for the community is, do we need short notations? If so, we can work on this. We can collect, for example, we have already the one from Andrea, thank you. And maybe there are some other ones, and we just can provide them as columns in addition to our stratigraphical terms. The question is, does it make sense to be put on the map or not? And this is actually a question I would like to put to you now. So, what do you think? If you have an online map, would it be a practical and good thing? And I mean this completely neutral, for you to help to identify your let's say, stratigraphic, your stratigraphy by us, including by seeing an abbreviation in there or not? Who was speaking? Thank you. I heard just what is the alternative? Hello. The alternative to have none. So Pedro said, what is the alternative? The alternative would be we could either have none or we can have the full term, which means that the whole map is cluttered.
Well, first of all, excuse me, Cristina, but the point is that the Italian abbreviation code is for geochronology, it's not stratigraphy.
Okay.
I mean, so, well, I mean, it's a big difference because that's only referring to time, okay? So that's why we were discussing what's the age of the deposits we are talking about, okay? So, and do we need, this is actually something that comes from maybe past databases where you had to use codes, whereas now you can write whatever you like in a field of an attribute table. You have like a free text field, and so maybe abbreviations are not necessary. But anyway, this is, the code is only referring to age. Okay.
Okay.
Done.
Do you want to show us something else than those? Okay, thank you.
So you
hugging people on the
probably
screen.
I just deleted something, but you never. Anyway, it's a result of the discussion. So geochronological attention. Thank you, Andrea. Sorry, not so much time. So I heard you that you said probably not. Yes, Annette?
Yeah, just to reiterate what we discussed yesterday, with the geochronology, if you're going to change this, then as you pointed out, every country maybe has their own personal, the Danish or the French, the UK. So that would actually start a huge discussion, but then you also have to go back to the international chronostratigraphic chart and how they're going about this. And here it's pretty much, usually it's written out. So, and they're using the color so you can recognize it on a map, what age you're actually looking at. And then you're looking at the table, it's interactive, so you can read what formation is there. When we use this for the Northeast Atlantic Tectonostratigraphic Atlas project, which was a huge project to actually do a lot of stratigraphic mapping and chronologic mapping, we wrote it out. It's because then even when we then went further to publish data, it's usually that's where we get hammered on. Don't use so much abbreviations. It's impossible to decipher it all the time because there's a standard already. Because then you actually have to create a complete new standard in terms of the abbreviations. So I would just caution, this could actually, you could get yourself into a really big project
Trouble,
here.
yeah.
Also, I would like to remind you that this is maybe a matter of resources also, how much resources we can put on these issues, but maybe you know better. Pedro, did you want to say something? Oh, I thought so, sorry.
Yeah. So we thought it would be helpful to do this, found the German one and applied it, but what of course happens after this is that we will find other ones that are more standard, they are industrial, they are nationwide, and we definitely don't want to put a lot of effort into setting up a new geochronological abbreviation standard for Europe. This is, I think we have other things to do. So, so thank you very much for the input and for the discussion also yesterday. I think we can leave it as that with the abbreviations. If we need them, we still can come back to this later, but obviously I don't see a big, oh, Christine, we need to keep this, or we need to have it. Do I? To move to the next slide, which, because I'm still in the other mode, can see it? No. I need some help from the technique, because I'm, no, should be, yeah, okay, thank you. Because what I did is I was changing something, so then geochronological. So the next one, what did we do? Well, we had several discussions with Heather, with Anu, with Sitze, and with Andrea also on lithology, geomorphology, and tectonic features. No, not with Sitze, on these ones. And yesterday also the point came up that the tectonic features, we could have a look at the portrayal rules. You have shown us some portrayal rules, I think, used for the Italian maps, Andrea, and we are using so far the Inspire ones, and when we are starting to change the vocabulary anyway, we can also have a look at that one. Also, Heather and I had a look at well, work package 8 and 4 comparisons. And now the new thing is that work package 3 and 4, Anu, we will have to sit together and have a look at the correlations between surface features and geomorphology, lithology, but there is also the need to sit together with Xavier, which is quite good because we can include him in the discussions. What else? I think we have solved that one. This is just to undermine that actually we didn't find an international stratigraphic abbreviation code that is valid from IUGS. So the last one was from 2016, and it's only in the printed one, which was distributed at the International Geological Congress. After that, it disappeared, and it's not online. You just can't find it. Maybe because of a good reason. Well, we also talked about hierarchies. And you will remember that Alex gave us a presentation about this in Utrecht. And we started to discuss with work package 9 how to implement the kind of hierarchies we included now at least in the Excel sheets for the work package 4 vocabulary on age, also on the central portal or on our EMUTNet geology portal. I'm not sure how this can be done, but I think it would be a quite worthwhile thing. So we are going on with our discussions with work package 9, and probably this will be also interesting for other work packages. Well, Outreaches is always an important thing, conferences and workshops. Yesterday we talked about that it would be quite interesting to have a Work Package 8 presentation at the Geological Mapping and Modeling Group of Eurogeo Surveys, like Anu and I did in March this year. This was well received, and by the way, here and there quoted within the group, so it was good. There is a session submitted at EGU next year, which is called Mapping of Extreme Environments, including offshore, ocean, desert, ice, and planets, which could be interesting for EMUTNET. So if this is going to be accepted, this would be quite a nice opportunity for EMUTNET to present our results. And it also goes nicely along with our book. And, well, there is a website called GeoMore you can find at the Commission of the Geological Map of the World, which is about marine maps worldwide, and also the EMUTNET datasets are included. And Henry, you might be happy to see from the discussions in the beginning where you have been involved, this is finally online and data can be provided. Yeah, we are coming back to the objectives of Work Package 4 so far and our results so far. Well, you have seen the progress of the compilation and harmonization of quaternary and geomorphology and the adding of additional information of all layers, including the coastal areas. I wouldn't say in particular in this case. We have new layers in the a new layer included in the portal. The geomorphology line contributions are online. We have fantastic data received from you. Thank you, fantastic. Well, the seabed geology for the quaternary and sub-quaternary and geomorphology information for the coastal ribbon to allow proper sea-land connection. This is in progress. We have the discussion within the working group. To optimize the semantic description of the used terms by including hierarchies. Well, for H we have the vocabularies developed, and so far that we included hierarchies, and I hope we can include this in the portal. The quaternary color scheme, well, you have seen the before and after picture, we did it. The cooperation to be intensified with Work Packages 6 and 8, where we have common features. This is in progress. We are doing it. We are actually having more cooperation with more Work Packages in our vocabulary group. Well, then let's come to the roadmap. I think it's always good to have a schedule. And the blue part of the schedule, we have already behind us. It's November already. So we had our meetings. You have already provided some data sets. I hope more to come because it's not so much yet. We started with the work on our prototype, not yet, but we are going to do this with our next meeting in December. Quaternary it's worthwhile. The deadline for reviewing the geomorphology line layers, it's gone and it's online. First data set is completed, but what we are still doing is we collect your data. So please provide your quaternary data if you haven't done so, and we are missing a couple of them. Provide your geomorphology layer, and I know that some of you are working on it because you're saying, yeah, I'm working on it, we are sending it to you, so very good, go on, we are happy to receive it. And at the very, very latest, in June 2026, 2023, this would be a bit...
Oh, I thought 26 sounded really good.
Yeah, all of a sudden we are in phase 7. So in June 2023, meaning next year, this is really the deadline, the absolute deadline, where you please have provided your next data. This will be after our meeting, maybe in May or April next year, so that if we are talking about the progress. You will have a chance to provide your data after that. But we need time to process the data. We need time to provide them to Uffe, and Bjarni, and Work Package 9 also needs time to set them online. So at a certain time, meaning after end of July, we can't include the data anymore. No, I have to say end of June, because we need a month to include all of this, and my experience is that data are coming in a bulk just in the end of the deadline.
Simply expressed, Christine, the sooner the better.
Very good. The sooner the better. So as soon as you have the data, we are happy to receive them. And end of July next year, we are going to write them to the IMUDNet portal as good as possible. And let's not forget the prototype areas. Our data sets also, we need to have the data in June next year as well, because otherwise we don't have a time to set this on. And this is a really nice, worthwhile task. Well, this was just to show you that already online in the CGMW GeoMore group, where you also have seen the beginnings at an IUGS meeting, our IMUDNet data are there. But it's still a young test site, and it's definitely worthwhile if you are having a look at the data and see if they are missing. I mean, we are a European community here, and this portal is open for you to provide the links. You don't have to provide the data, but the people need to find your data if they are online. And often this is not so easy. I know it myself if I'm looking for, let's say, Caribbean data or other ones, it's difficult. So please have a look at the GeoMore website if you would like to, and it's a nice chance also to promote your data sets there and send a mail to CGMW. This is the website, but you can just go looking for CGMW GeoMore, and you will find it under projects, and this GeoMore is one of them. So just a nice chance for promoting IMUDNet. Well, with this I would like to finish and thank you again for all your fantastic contributions and the discussions and the good spirit. Thank you very much for your great work.
Thank you, Christine. I guess there are comments or questions to Christine. Sütze.
And if we have time, Irina has prepared a little presentation on the coastal ribbon we can have a look at as well. 8 minutes, oh well. You can distribute, okay.
All right,
sorry.
Very quick comment. I just checked the central portal for Work Package 4, and I'd really recommend everyone to take a look at because I think the difference between what we had before is amazing, and we're really making some very good progress here. So compliments to you and to Alex for this. I think it's we're at a great position now to make improvements because the artifacts between country borders now are real artifacts and no longer a function of the classification issue we had before. So great job. Thanks.
Thank you, Sütze. Thank you, Sütze.
Very good. Anyone else?
Andrea.
Andrea.
Okay, so first, the nice things. Now, we have a new delivery. I told you. Can you hear me? Yeah. We have a new delivery on geomorphology. What you showed from Italy was actually something we delivered a few phases ago. I don't remember how many.
These were the geomorphology lines we included from earlier phases because we didn't before.
Yeah, I remember, but we have a new one which is much more detailed than that one and includes polygons as well.
Yeah.
And we have an issue concerning this, because we have seamounts in Italy, many,
yeah.
and most of them are volcanic seamounts. And the point is, we also have other seamount, okay, let's say reliefs, which are not volcanoes. Because there is also in this case there is a problem in the definition, in the term that is used, because for some people seamount is only of volcanic origin. So how do we consider the seamounts or reliefs which are not volcanic in origin?
I hope
So
Alex
this
is writing this up.
Okay.
I will do this later.
Because we have the polygons, but we don't know how to consider them, whether to include them in our delivery or not, or if we have to use a different term, or we use, again, seamount, but we specify it's a different process or whatever. I don't know.
Andrea, I'm looking very much to get your seamounts and your new lines. Let us discuss how we best do this, and I think this might be also an issue for the vocabulary group. Okay. Well, for the vocabularies that we included in the next one. But I think there may be a way we should have a look at the vocabulary. Thank you. I will keep this in my mind, write it down immediately. You have another point, I see that.
Yeah, I have another point, which was something we already discussed in the past, but I see it's still the same with Uffe. That on the portal, the layer does not display as it should. The quaternary data from Italy are displayed in the lithology layer, but not in the age layer. And that there was a problem we already discussed in, I don't remember when, but I mean, it's still
I remember, and I thought we have
already
managed that, but we will see where, yeah, I know that.
There are a few problems of display concerning different features, but I mean, this is something we should maybe discuss in the work package 9.
Yeah, but thank you for having a look at this, and I really thought this is done now. No, we will find a way. Thank you. So shall we have a look at Irina's data, or shall we finish?
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So I will finish. Thank you again also for the discussion. So,
give it to me. I like to have 2 mics. That's even better.
No, I want you to finish it. Just click here. I didn't find the mouse.
Just a moment. Okay, it seems that it's difficult. So when we find a suitable break somewhere, we can have that. Thank you for trying anyway. So I guess we are very well on schedule now, and I want to thank Christine for their great job and for the nice presentation, and now we are for once really very well on schedule. So let's have the lunch break now, and I think we had 1 hour. So we will continue at 1:30 with work package 5, and so we have a 1 hour lunch break. Thank you very much. See you in an hour. For those who are sitting behind the screen and watching the live broadcast, we will start as soon as we have the presenter here on the way. Sorry for the short little delay here. Okay, Sutsa, you can start.
Yeah. All right. Welcome back. So, I'll talk about three things. The part of the work that we're coordinating at TNO, the part of the work that's done by Cherith, and she would have loved to be here, but she just had to go to hospital briefly. Everything went well, but well, she just couldn't take the risk of getting a ticket and then procedure being postponed or whatever. So, but she says hi to everyone, and then at some point I'll introduce Etienne Kras, who is Deltares' colleague here, who has done some very nice work on the satellite data product. But that will be kind of toward the end of the presentation, and after that I'll come back and just say something about the expected timeline now for a couple of releases we plan, but also a few questions we still have to partners. And I'd like to, I already spoke to some of you and talked to some other people with some specific questions. So first of all, when it comes to coastal migration, field-based coastal migration, well, the main point, I think, is that we've worked on this for so long that now we're at a point where we don't really get any new data anymore. We're basically set to go for a new release. The only question we still have is that before the war, we received a lot of data from our Russian partners. And the question is, do we include this because it was provided before, or do we leave it out? So, but I think we can just discuss this point at the in the steering group. But it is something to there's Russian data on the portal. Oh, you're gonna.
There is no rule actually on that, and we have already Russian data.
Right.
So I don't see any problem with that. I think we can keep until somebody says that we have to remove something from there.
Yeah.
But I think we can keep as long as there is no one saying that we have to remove it.
Yeah. Well, it's more of a sensitivity issue here. I just want to make sure that we don't we're not hurting any feelings here either, because we all know that this is more complicated than we want it to be.
But on the other hand, they are forwarded to us in a scientific manner. So it's got nothing to do with politics or anything. So I think we can continue with using what we have, and if something changes, then we will change our way to handle it. Okay,
great. So that means because it's especially relevant for the Caspian Sea, because right now we still have an open basin, and that would pretty much fill it. So that's up for that, which basically means that we're then all set to release, and we'd like to do that sometime quite soon. Let me see. Then there's one final call I want to make, and I'll try to approach, when you see here under QC data products, this is not some sort of list of shame, but there's a series of countries where we still use erosion data, and I just want to make sure that this is really what we want to do. And sometimes it has to do with the fact that there are data, but they're just not geological survey data, so they're hard to get to. But sometimes situations might have changed, or there might be other reasons why we could still then get access to some updated data. So it's a very short list of countries, but I'll talk to the people who are here to discuss it. But it's one of the things I think that that is generic for everything we do, that we just well, there's some data that are just not ours, which means we cannot provide them, even though we know they exist. Then the coverage. What we want to do is, first we're going to release this new data product, and then we're going to start to focus on the southern Mediterranean, which just means that we have to see if we can get some of our friends from the other side of the Mediterranean interested, but that there's no requirement there. There's strong interest from the Commission, so they'd be really happy for us to do it. But we can also report on the effort we're making towards making this happen in the future. So that will not be in the first release, but that will be hopefully in a release one iteration later. The map services, well, I told you before at the last meeting that Rob van Ede, our colleague who made this all, he left TNO, but we now have a successor, and he has slowly found his way in the Institute and is getting familiar with everything we're doing. So about now is the time that we can ask him to start doing things for EMODnet as well. So that will help us in the release that we plan. Finally, I just want to. This is something I think in general that we'd like to do a better job within Work Package 5 to not just provide the map with a very short description, but have something that describes in a better way all the things that look easy but are difficult. Sometimes it's very, it's a challenge to explain to people why it takes such a long time to produce a map. But so this is, I'm saying a case study here, but it would be nice to involve as many of you as possible to, like we did before, I think in the Work Package 3 paper, where we can publish something like that as a group that will get everyone involved. And I know that it's a much better way to make sure that things aren't forgotten, because some of the things we run into are very country or region specific. So this is an encouragement. I think what we'll do is we'll just come up with a proposal, very rough draft, and then invite partners to join and provide a little bit of expertise and information. So that's it on the coastline migration data from field evidence. Coastal type. Well, coastal type is pretty much the same story. We have Russian data that we still need to add, and that's the last bit of data that we need for a release that will then be very, very soon. There are still some gaps left, and this is also a final call there to just briefly check, what is there for your country, and to see if you're happy with it. The same question regarding to erosion data, as is with the coastline migration, is relevant to coastal type, but obviously coastal type is less subject to change than coastline migration, so it's less of an issue there. but still probably good to look to. And it's again the same with the Mediterranean and the Caribbean. We're looking into uncertainty, as a function of coastal type at some point, but I'll talk about it a little bit later because that will be a connection that we have to the project that Christine already mentioned, the Geological Service for Europe. So we'll, like I said before, we'll do the map service as part of the release, making sure that it functions at different scales, and we'll definitely make the connection with the coastal ribbon there. Something that I will share, well, perhaps during the meeting or after the meeting in an email, is that Etienne just pointed out some very important initiatives that are already undertaken that you can find online on identifying the type of surface terrain and have it labeled under, for example, Google initiatives. And there are so many classes. Some of them are live updated, so you can see exactly what's going on there. And you can differentiate between barren terrain, forest, grassland. But those things are also obviously tied to geology and to terrain. So I think it would be a very good addition to what we're looking at for the coastal ribbon and for Work Package 5. But I'll send you a mail about that soon. Coastal vulnerability then. After May, we got quite a bit of feedback from the partners, most of it directly to Cherith with things we missed or sort of new bits of information becoming available. All of this was processed after a review over the summer and a change to a different student team. So the 3 students that helped us out in the first phase of making this happen are now all, well, they've moved on to hopefully greener pastures. But we have 3 new students, and they're doing great work again in georeferencing the maps that are in the reports and the articles that have been provided by all of us, but also in then transferring that information into polylines that allow us to publish it, because otherwise we would be tied by copyright issues. And now we're basically producing our own map on the basis of these data, so you don't run into that issue. So, and you already see on the in the picture on the lower right that we have wonderful, really wonderful coverage all around the Mediterranean. So that's a real achievement. And thank you very much for that. So in the north, it's entirely different. And there's a reason for it, obviously, because you can imagine that if there's just a rocky coast and you're in a sort of glacially rebounding area, coastal vulnerability is not really something that is high on the priority list of putting effort and money into. But we still have to find a way to make that visible in a pan-European map. So how do we color this northern European area green? That is a question that we need to tackle, and the way to do that is a topic of a few slides down. This here is an example of what you can imagine you get from the map and the information that's behind it in the attribute table. So there's all kinds of information on what source was used, but also which parameters were used, because the map we produce is a map that has a uniform legend, but not a uniform method. So the calculation whether something is vulnerable or not so vulnerable or not vulnerable at all is calculated according to different schemes And we cannot avoid that because that's just the way that these studies were made. And there's no way to translate one type of vulnerability to another. And obviously we need to explain that, but it's still, the nice thing about it is that if you try to harmonize the method, then you create a map that might have sort of a uniform approach, but is very non-descriptive overall. It would be very good for one area at the cost of another area or the other way around. And when we had our 50th anniversary celebration of Eurogeo surveys just 2 weeks ago, I talked to the director of the United States Geological Service survey, and he told me that even in America, where harmonizing is very easy because it's a single country, they differentiate in methods between the West Coast and the East Coast / Gulf of Mexico, because if you do things well for the West Coast, the East Coast turns all green, and if you do things well for the East Coast, the West Coast turns all red. So it's good to have these different approaches. We need to find the places where the coast is vulnerable, not according to a specific method, but just by, as determined by people who know best. So that's a main point here. But the overall output of having these maps together is something I think is a great addition and a wonderful effort by Cherith and her team. So, well, this is a similar example for Southern Europe. So what are the next steps? We have to make a decision. Are we going to release the data product, which has very good coverage for the Mediterranean side, with the Northern European side still open? Or are we going to make an effort first in filling this very large gap we still have? There's no problem at showing that we still have a gap, obviously. So it's more a matter of strategy if and when we time this release so that it doesn't compete with some of the other releases we have. So perhaps that's something to get some input on. Regardless of what we decide, we will have a release, at some time, definitely before the summer. For the Northern European countries, we can also take a different approach and then just add some point data on a few spots that we know are hot spots, so problematic spots that maybe are not mappable but still interesting for people to have. Then we'd like to again extend coverage to the Caribbean and some other overseas territories, but here definitely we don't want that to be part of the release. That's just, well, we just don't have any data yet that we're processing. Then something that's especially true for the part of Europe where we don't have any coverage is how are we going to fill this? We can say for specific countries, oh, we're going to make this all non-vulnerable. But we can also say, okay, we're going to take an overall approach using data that exists and a standard classification. The attractive thing about that is that we would be using Copernicus services, and the Secretariat, but also the people at DG Mare are very enthusiastic about us using Copernicus as a core provider of information. So what do we need? Well, first of all, we need coastal geology, and coastal geology, comes in part from the work that we have in the coastal ribbon. And linked to coastal geology, coastal elevation topography. So, for example, for cliff coasts, we need to differentiate between high cliffs that are composed of basalt and low cliffs that are composed of some glacial, well, some till or some other unconsolidated material. So that's a really big differentiation that we'd like to make. So that's one. But then tidal range, relative sea level change, wave energy are available as some sort of service provided by ESA. And then coastal erosion rate, obviously we produce ourselves. So we're just curious to see if we can come up with some sort of logical map that way. Obviously that map would have to be quality checked. We cannot do without it, but we're curious as to what would come out. So as part of the Coastal Ribbon, here's an invitation to all of you to perhaps look at, you know, as a first element to add the type of material that is along a coast. So not just whether it's say consolidated versus unconsolidated, but a little bit more detail than that, and also the topography. So those two would be very interesting, and then we can see, you know, are we going to wait until we have the full coverage, or are we going to do it just bit by bit? But that's, I think it would be a nice approach, certainly if we, you know, would extend into the next 2 years after September of 2023. So I was talking about this generic method of most used method of deriving sort of physical parameter-based coastal vulnerability, and here you have it. And the ones highlighted here, geomorphology and coastal slope, that's what we're looking at. So if we can distinguish sort of the rocky cliff coast versus medium cliffs versus low cliffs, and I think the cobble beaches and the barrier beaches, they already come out of our coastal type, then we've made a big step. And when it comes to coastal slope, if we can make that differentiation just into, you know, a bunch of larger classes, that would help us out also. So that'd be something that we definitely like some thought and input on. So what are the next steps in coastal vulnerability? Now that the map has been produced, you know, regardless if we wait for Northern Europe or not, we have to develop again a method in which we can show a meaningful map regardless of the zoom level, just like we did for coastal type and coastal migration from field and satellite data. So it will be the same type of method that we use. And what we have is low, medium, and high. Those are the three classes we maintain, and also a gray line for if we have no data. So that's the fourth class, basically. Once we have that, we obviously make sure that the map service is operational. And then Cherith has already begun working on a pan-European assessment of coastal vulnerability, and that would end up in a good overview paper, and perhaps some spin-off papers with some case studies for, you know, some of you who have region-specific work to be done. And with that comes the announcement that the journal is still open for new contributions. So that's something that I needed to stress today. And again, I think I cannot emphasize this enough. The link to the Coastal Ribbon is crucial for all the work that's being done around coastal vulnerability. That's really where we can make our mark. So, and what is the link then with the Geological Service for Europe work package that includes coastal vulnerability? I just want to highlight that we have a coordinator, it's Eleftheria, who is at one of our Greek colleagues, and then a task lead in France, and the task lead is on coastal vulnerability specifically, and I think the partner we have with the most experience on coastal vulnerability is definitely the BRGM. So we're very happy to have them lead. We have additional input from Werner, who's here also today, in how we link this to modeling and decision support. Because in the end, the important thing is how can we make sure that our output is then taken in these decision support modules that we're thinking of. It should not just remain just a very nice map on the portal, but we'd like to for it to be used, by policymakers. So that's something that will definitely be addressed in GSEU as well. So GSEU is a way to make sure that what we produce in EMODnet ends up, at some desk where it's being used to make decisions. And then I'm leading a small task. It's called Service and Business Case, but it's basically that we realize that some of us have a stronger position in coastal vulnerability than others. And for those members, it's easier to profile ourselves as a candidate who can do a specific job for our national governments, for example, or in some other context. And we need to help each other out, because for some other partners, it's still very difficult to get a nice and good position. And then sometimes by working together with another partner from within our consortium, that will help us out. So that's also a key task of this geological service. But at the same time, if we can show that we're already doing things together in EMODnet, that will, then you can show that it's not just words, but it's already actions that have taken place. All right, it's now time for Etienne to take the floor, so I'll just... Henry, the second you had the second presentation on too, right? The one that Etienne sent to you? No? Oh, okay, all right. Then we'll just switch laptops. Yeah. Thank you.
Can we get some help for the technique here? Technique. Yeah, I could have said. There was just this presentation. No, I didn't realize that. No, I couldn't see that.
Strange. Yeah. Maybe they did some. Okay. Yeah, so I will continue. My name is Etienne Kras. I'm here presenting here on behalf of Deltares. So we are very happy to be added to EMODnet Geology as a partner. So this is the work that I've been doing with my colleague Arjen Luijendijk. And I will talk about coastline migration derived from satellite data. A little bit of what I'm going to talk about. I'm first getting you up to speed with a little bit of background information. Then I'm talking about the Phase 3 deliverable and Phase 4 deliverable, the ongoing Phase 5 activities, and then the way forward. And I wanted to mention that the main focus of this phase is to validate and update what we have been working on before, increasing the coverage, also harmonization with other products, and maintaining and improving the map service. A little bit about the background information. So in order to derive the coastline migration from satellite images, we use the Landsat image archive, which has a 30-meter resolution and has been present since 1984 up to today. So these are various types of images that are present in this database. So you see that these images contain noise, for instance clouds, but also shadows. What we then do is that we create a yearly composite, which we mention as a clean and average image. So basically we stack together all the images that we have in a certain time frame, and then we take the 15% out of that image, because the shadows, or most of the shadows, are in the lower percentile zones, and the clouds are the higher reflectivity ones, so these are in the higher percentiles. So in this sense we actually try to get rid of the shadows and clouds. Yet I have to state that you do have to have at least some individual images to actually get this working properly. What we then do is we basically use a dynamic approach to determine the water line. So if we have a lot of images within a certain time frame, we make this composite image, and then we calculate the normalized difference water index, and we use the Otsu thresholding method to actually discriminate between water and land. And in that sense we make a binary image. So on one hand we have land, on the other hand we have water, and basically the interface between water and land, we then calculate it to be the coastline. And this coastline we map them back on this composite image that we have. So it's not very clearly visible over here, but it is the black line that you see there. Basically what we then do is we take all these coastlines that we have from 1984 and we map those on a transect system globally. We can do that, but in this case we did this for the pan-European coastline. And at the same time we also classified, using machine learning methods, let's say the beach, so either sandy or non-sandy. So this is why we also label the transects with sandy or non-sandy labels. Then we perform a linear regression to actually obtain the change rates through time. And in the end we actually represent this as a traffic light-alike approach to have different classes. So we have yellow for a stable coastline, red for an erosive coastline, and green for an accretive coastline. So I guess you're all familiar approximately with this map. So this is the pan-European coastal migration map based on satellite-derived shorelines, SDS as we call it, which is present in the portal. If I click on a point, which is not doable now, but it will be in the future, you will get the time series of data points. And what you see over here is that all these dots are actually the separate shorelines that we calculated, and the line through it is the linear fit or the linear regression that we did. Two things that I want to highlight. Over here you see that I clicked a point which is sandy, and it has a change rate of 1.4 meters per year. And an uncertainty of 0.4 meters per year. And because we use the boundaries of -2 up to 2, we state that this coastline is stable at this position. Now, what I got from you was all input on the quality control. So we stated in general that sandy coasts and cliffs facing the sun on image acquisition are approximately okay. We do face difficulties in muddy coasts and also differently oriented cliffs, which is mainly due to shadows. So I summed a few of these problems that you sent to us over here. So in some cases we have large uncertainties. So we are dealing with minus 999 uncertainty over here, as you see. In other cases we have strange linear fits. So we could actually solve this by using the root mean square error. We have seen jumping shorelines, which is because of the shadows at cliffy coasts. We actually have very few shorelines in some cases. So over here you see that the line is going nowhere. What we also saw is that we have changing regimes or in certain early day shoreline positions. So in the early days we see that the shorelines are completely at another location than they were in present days. We also see that we have a data gap between 1990 and 2000. And in some cases we have geospatially inconsistent change rates. So over here you see that it suddenly changes from being erosive to accretive, and in this delta that you see over here, it is a mess. And we have also missing data. So for some islands, not really seeable at this presentation, we don't have any data at all. So what have we been doing? So as a baseline, we have this map from 2007 to 2016 in the EMONet Geology portal. At this stage, we actually included the Southern Mediterranean, the Caribbean Sea, and Macaronesia, as you can see over here. So it's not yet present in the portal, but it is in the database. If I zoom in to Europe, we also extended the temporal resolution. So in the portal we have 10 years of data, now we have 38. So we went back all the way to 1984 and extended up to 2021 instead of 2016. This is in alignment with the Deltares internal initiatives, which is called the Shoreline Monitor. So this allows us to actually better update the EMOD base deliverable. And before we included Sentinel-2 as a mission in our calculations, but due to inconsistent georeferencing and our calculations taking a lot of time, we actually removed this data source from our calculations. I do have to note that we actually put in latitude filters to only incorporate ice-free shorelines. So you see that the northern part of Norway and Russia are falling off at this moment. And in line with what Sietse was telling is that we have added a fourth class, which is actually stating that we have an unknown or uncertain assessment present. And this class is in addition to the accretion, stable, or erosive classes that we already had. So we call this a high-level quality control input solver, which I present over here. So if you look at this image, you actually see that a lot of the red or greenish dots that are quite geospatially inconsistent are actually becoming gray at this point, which basically means that that we do not have the idea that this data is well represented in our calculations. So what do we think we are going to do? We want to put more effort in this quality control input solver. For instance, these types of, let's say, fits are still in there. So we need to find a way to actually get this sorted out. We also want to integrate with other products or misalignments to actually increase the consistency. So in this plot you see over here the three data products that we have. So with the dots that are most seaward, we have the coastline migration from satellite images. Then the black circled dots are the coastline migration based on field data. And then between these black circled dots, we also have the coastal type. If I zoom in more, the latter two are actually lines. So this allows us to actually map the coastal type and the coastal migration from field data on the same system that we use from satellites. And then we can use let's say, the same system to compare. However, this does impose problems in fjords. In Norway, for instance, as you see that the data that we deliver quite nicely follows the shoreline, whereas the data for coastal type and coastal migration from field data is somewhere in the middle of the fjord. And here we can't really match our data sources. What we also think we are going to do is to have a quantitative assessment of coastal type versus unknown change rates. So if you look at this image, you do see again that we have a north-southward inconsistency. So we have in the northern part approximately stable coastlines at the cliffs, which is okay. But in the southern part, you see that we have eroding coastlines, then we have accreting coastlines, which is not true because this is due to the shadow effect that I explained. So in new, let's say, the data deliverable that we had, we actually got rid of these. So now these greenish or reddish dots are all gray because they were uncertain, classified as uncertain. And we also want to improve, let's say, the map surface for time series visualization. So if I look at this over here, I've included this point as an outlier. So if we can somehow incorporate this in the map viewer, you can click a point and get the time series back, also showing you what the outliers are. Then I do have some questions for you, which are maybe for later to start a discussion. What we can also do is to provide higher resolution or monthly shorelines instead of yearly shorelines, which would look like this. So you see that this highly increases the number of data points that we have on let's say, the time frame. We could also derive continuous coastlines on 30-meter resolution. So this is basically the step that we have actually before mapping these onto transects. So this allows you to see both in time and in space where the coastlines have been migrating to. And we also could derive hotspots of highly dynamic sandy coastlines. So this is the map that you see over here, where I do have to mention that the reddish dots in Norway are due to the artifacts that we have on the shadowing. Yeah, so that is basically it from my side. So if you can take over again.
Thank you, then that was very informative, very interesting to see. So, Sitze, do you want to continue here, or?
Yeah, but my computer has to, or your computer has to be back on the screen now.
That was not mine.
Where is it? Oh, okay. So just to let you know that obviously the colors on the screen are, and I think we all suffered from that, are a little bit faded. But what you see very nicely is that the red and green really turn gray and in the right places. So that's, I think, that's good news, because that was the main criticism that we had. Let me see. Oh. So, with the satellite data, I think we're obviously moving to a very logical next release. We just want to make sure that everyone's happy with what is on there in that country. So what we'll do is we'll make it available before we publish it for people to look at. So we'll make a final iteration there. I think what we showed is that the filter that has been supplied removes much of the problems we have, but there are still other ways to make some additional sort of filtering on the data, and some explanations on why things are not according to reality here and there. But that is the status as it stands. So what would be wonderful from you to have overall in Work Package 5? if some of you can provide some information on the possibility to replace erosion data on coastline migration, coastal type with better data if available. So there's just a few of you we would like to talk to about. So that will be during this meeting. Then there's a final possibility to report errors in the update of the coastline migration field and coastal type. So after this meeting, we'll send you just a GIS file with the information that we are planning on releasing. So one final check, okay, are we happy with what we put out? Would be great. And then if we get that in December, we can aim for an early 2023 release. Then obviously we have to start thinking about information on the availability of data for when it comes to field data for the southern Mediterranean, and when it comes to and also for the Caribbean. So that's something that we'd like to have by February of 2023. We're aware that that is a very limited database. There's just not so much about, but we still like to hear from you. And think of case studies on the coastal vulnerability. If you think, well, you know, we have an interesting topic nationally or regionally that we'd like to highlight, especially in the special issue that Cherith is coordinating, that we'd love to hear. So then on our side, you know, the guidance document overall, because we're in the final phase of our deliverable, it's been mature, hasn't changed, but in preparation of the next sub-phase, we'd like to add the coastal vulnerability index indicators that we'd like to add, and some of those will come out of the coastal ribbon work. So that's, I think, the next step within Work Package 5. So I'm writing down the next meeting to have that document so that we can share with you and get some feedback on did we miss anything, or did we put something in that is wrong. Then when it comes to the release of the latest maps, we'd like to go for January, if that is okay with the project coordinator. And if not, then as soon as possible thereafter. But obviously we have to align it with the other releases that will come out of EMONet Geology. So let's just make sure that we each have our moment to release our products. Sure, yeah. Then the filtering. So what we'd like, please, if you have any thoughts, let us know. We'd like to make a next iteration and finalize that by March so that we can report back to you well ahead of time of our next meeting, and that gives you time to think about, you know, how this performs and if you're happy with it, so we can discuss it during the next meeting in May. And what we'd like to do then is that when we meet in May, that we just you know, just come to an agreement that we're all happy of it being released, and then it would be great to release it before the summer, so we don't have the sort of last-minute rush before the end of the project phase, and we also have enough time to and can take enough time to report on it in the final report, and then incorporate the first information for the Southern Mediterranean and Caribbean. That's also something for then hopefully the next meeting. But that, I just want to emphasize, will be part of the reporting, but not part of a portal release. I think we will be okay with having the satellite data cover the Caribbean for now, and the field data will be for, well, for the next phase. But we will report on where we are at that moment. So that is my last slide. Are there any questions? Comments? Are people happy?
So was it so that you are looking for those case studies, just ideas for the next meeting, or when those should be ready?
Well, it starts with an open invitation. I think that overall we see that you know, if we think about it and put something together, you know, that is a very nice way of showing how we cooperate. So it all starts with an idea, and an idea means that you can talk to others. Do you want to join? But it's not something that necessarily has to be sort of coordinated through Cherith or through me. That can also be just a regional initiative. If you think, well, we have a great topic, you know, which is very specific to sort of Scandinavian coastlines or to, you know, Adriatic shallow water, whatever it is, all ideas are highly welcome. We just want to make sure that that we find each other in making each other better in some very site-specific sometimes issues. And what we'd like to do with it is that obviously it's very important for us to produce a pan-European deliverable, but at the same time some things just cannot be addressed from that pan-European perspective. But we still like to highlight it and draw attention to it. So that's the idea. Yeah.
Okay, it looks like there are no more comments or questions, so thank you very much, Sutse. And as we are trying to keep the schedule on the agenda, so let's have a 5 minutes break before we start the next presentation, which is by Andrea. So we have a short break, 5 minutes. Okay, Andrea. Are you ready? Oh, okay. I guess it's good to know what you are telling. Okay. No, this is better. That's a little bit difficult. So use this one. Yeah. Okay. Andrea.
Yes. Thank you. Hello, everybody. No, there are people outside. Hello. Hey guys, will you come in? Hello. Thank you, Henry. Siete in ordine alfabetico di cognome, ok? Ma io no. Okay, may I start? Yeah, okay. Hello, everybody. Okay, so let's go to Work Package 6. As you can see from this slide, our group has been increased by 2 people who are sitting here in the front. You probably met them in these few days, Alessandra Penza and Simone Orefice. They joined us last year. Was it last year? Yeah, and will be working with us on these issues as well. Now I go to, let's see, to the next. Yes, so this is what happened up to now. Guidelines for the compilation of Work Package 6 have been circulated to partners at the beginning of March 2022. They are similar to previous phases, except for a few details that I will list in the coming slides. And then empty shape files, including the correctly organized attribute tables, have been uploaded on the file manager in June 2022. These were prepared in order to help you to compile correctly the attribute tables, because if you just set one of the fields not according to the instructions, then they cannot be merged with the other data, and so they have to be re-elaborated whenever you deliver data to us. The main point which changed in this phase is the additional field concerning the scale, which is present in the attribute table of a few layers. And this specifies the scale at which data have been acquired. As already indicated at the end of the previous phase, layers at 100K also include more detailed data, differently from what has been done, for instance, for Work Package 3, where you have all different data at different scales in different layers that then can be displayed together in the dynamic option of the portal. In this case, we have 2 different layers, one at 250K, which includes the data at a lower resolution, and another one at 100K, which also include data at a higher resolution. This was also done because we might have many different layers at different resolutions, and they are too many. I will show you that there is also a problem with the central portal. And also because occurrences in Work Package 6 are very scattered, and so then it is not so easy to actually locate the occurrences at different scales. So all partners are invited to provide information concerning the scale of the occurrences that they have provided, because in case they do not specify the scale, the field will be compiled by default with 100K, which is the indication that we provided at the beginning. So as you see in the instructions that we provided in that additional Excel file, which is called table of contents, I mean, we named it table of contents, and are the instructions to compile all the fields of the attribute table. There is an additional, can you see that is evidence in red text, this one. which is the field for the scale at which data had been originally acquired. As I said, it is not easy to match the request for simplified layers of the central portal. They ask for very simplified layers, and it's not so easy to actually provide the kind of information that is included in Work Package 6 in a simplified way. So following discussion, which considered the quality and quantity of data which would be displayed on the central portal, it was decided to display only layers at 250K, referring to the thematic portal for more detailed data. This is because the 250K layers actually provide a better overview of data available all over Europe, whereas more detailed data are available only in some locations. So since we had to decide what to display on the central portal, we decided that this was the easiest way to do that. However, I mean, floor is open to anybody who wants to contribute and say maybe there is something that should be changed or they don't agree with the way we decided to display them on the central portal. Remember that in any case, on our portal, I mean on the eModNet Geology portal, all data will be displayed, and whenever somebody who is interested in data will download data for Work Package 6, they will download the whole package, which includes all data at all resolutions. Also, answering to the request of the central portal, we pointed out that products at different resolutions cannot be merged altogether, since they may result from completely different processes, because data at lower resolution could be the result of expert interpretation, and in many cases they are, because especially in deeper areas, it's not so easy to get hold of real data. So there might be scattered data that have been extrapolated to other areas, whereas generally data at lower resolution are the result of the outcome of direct acquisition. So generally, for more detailed data, there is ground truthing, whereas for lower resolution, data are not always ground truthed. As you heard by other work packages, there has been a discussion on vocabulary as well, and the terms listed in the field type of the tectonics layer have been updated. As usual, you find them in the table of contents evidenced in red text. And then the terms used are being compared to those adopted in Work Package 4 for tectonics in order to harmonize the vocabulary across different work packages. And what we suggest is that a thorough revision of their meaning and use would be appropriate, for instance, for transtensive and transpressive that I cited other times in previous presentations of Work Package 6, and now I am going to show you what we intend to do, and also a proposal. So this is the table of content for tectonics. Again, you see the scale evidence in red text, as well as the new terms here. Can you see? No, you don't see the, I'm sorry, you don't see the arrow. The other terms evidence in red text, the fracture shear displacement structure. Okay, so this is the update of the list of terms. And this is just to show you, this is an example of something that we did for a map that we are producing in Italy. So you find some of the terms in Italian, but don't pay attention to those. The point is that, to go back to the example I mentioned before, which are transtensive fault and transpressive fault, as I mentioned other times, these terms used as adjectives are not present in Inspire. In the Inspire glossary, the terms are used only to indicate the process, so you can find transtension and transpression. But this is considered by many scientists to be already an interpretation of the process which is going on along the fault. whereas a more objective definition would be the one that you see, if you can read it, I don't know if you can read it on the left side, which is normal oblique slip fault for transtensive and reverse oblique slip fault for transpressive. This is a definition which is only connected to the kind of displacement which takes place along the fault and doesn't imply any specific geodynamic process. So in case we agree that it's better to apply these definitions, which do not imply any kind of geodynamics, we can decide to actually update our vocabulary for tectonics and so change to all these kind of different definitions and combinations, which then can indicate different kind of displacement, because you can have like the right lateral strike slip, but also when you have an oblique slip on a normal fault. I mean, it's there are many different combinations of this kind, and which, however, might end up in the same term that is used or that is indicated in the INSPIRE glossary. So, as somebody was saying today, we might try to organize a correspondence between the list of terms that we use and the terms that are listed in the INSPIRE glossary. And this would be a correspondence, so it's like one-to-many, because in our vocabulary there are many more definitions than you find in the INSPIRE glossary. So, well, let's say the proposal is this one, and which might be, which might imply that we are going on in the next phases of eModNet geology. Since at this time of this phase of the project, it is not appropriate to actually change the glossary for our, I mean, the vocabulary that we use for tectonics. In the next phase, we can try to elaborate standardized vocabulary for tectonics in this case, but this might be done for every work package, listing all the terms that we use to define any occurrence and its correspondence to the terms present in INSPIRE glossary. And have two fields in the attribute tables. In one, you have the INSPIRE glossary, so it's completely INSPIRE compliant. And in the other one, you have the original definition, so we don't lose any information. This might be done in the next phase, whereas in the following phase, because this will take time and discussion among us also, and in the following phase, we might apply this and invite partners to provide data according to the standardized vocabulary as well as to the INSPIRE terms, because only who has got hold of the original data is aware of which kind of specific definition can be applied to that occurrence and which is the correspondence to the INSPIRE term. I know that this is a kind of complex, but okay, its floor is open to discussion, and so whatever contribution is welcome. This is just a proposal, and let us know what you think. Now in the last year, well, not only in the last year, also in the final phase of, in the final part of the previous phase, a few partners had delivered data or had provided feedback concerning Work Package 6 data, but that was in the previous phase after the deadline for submission, and it was not possible to include those data in the final delivery at the end of last phase. So among those who actually provided those data, we want to know if there is any additional comment they want to provide, or before we start to integrate those data in the layers of Work Package 6, if they want to provide some updates, so there is anything which has changed since then, so that we are aware that we don't have to proceed fast, but wait for updates. There is a list of the countries who actually delivered data or provided feedback in this time span. So you know, if you have some additional comments to provide, just raise your hand and let us know if you have something to add. It's, as you see here, it's Faroe Island, France, Iceland, Netherlands, Poland, and Turkey. With Turkey, we had an email exchange. They said they were going to provide a new delivery, but then when I answered that we hadn't got time to include it in the delivery of last phase, then they didn't actually deliver the data. So we are waiting for that as well. And I remind you that the deadline was actually the end of October. Also concerning data in Work Package 6, even though it was not explicitly cited in the tender, there is an issue concerning data along the coastal ribbon, let's say altogether, even though we don't know exactly what that means. Because in many cases, for instance, especially for landslides and volcanoes, obviously what actually affects the events that are mapped in submerged areas, that many times they actually start on land. And so if you consider the whole process, you can go farther on land, far away from the shoreline, to actually include all the area which is involved in the process, especially for landslides, for instance, but for volcanoes as well. And anyway, so in case this kind of information is available, that would improve the quality of information provided through the portal. Okay, this is a reproduction of the inventory that we were preparing, but has not been circulated yet. I'm not going back into the detail of this. So what do we expect from partners at this moment is new deliveries, which are welcome, particularly concerning the Caspian and Caribbean seas. Which are the new areas considered, as well as updates, especially regarding scale information, which we will include in the existing layers. However, in case new deliveries only concern additional new occurrences to previous deliveries, please do not provide the whole data set again, but submit only information regarding new occurrences so that we can add the new occurrences to the existing layers without re-elaborating the whole data set again to merge it into the general layer for Work Package 6. So this is the situation of the data which had been delivered by the Russian colleagues before everything started. And this is what is available in Work Package 6. And for the Caribbean Sea, we obviously haven't got anything up to now. Who has got data is very welcome to provide them. Again, even though this was mentioned many times in the past, volcanic, earthquake, landslide, and tsunami hazards are mostly connected with the underlying geological setting and tectonics, and comprehensive information on each occurrence could provide support to geohazard assessment. So partners are invited to complete their deliveries with as much information as can be retrieved for each occurrence. In case of connections among different events, links to other Work Package layers might be created as it was done for tsunamis. Also concerning probabilities, whatever information is available for any occurrence would be appropriate. References to publications concerning events probabilities is recommended, as well as links to websites providing information on probabilities, which could be added to the portal, as the one that we had already mentioned other times, which is ZoomApps, is on tsunamis and include data from other European projects. So in the end, new deliveries for Work Package 6 products were expected at the end of October, which means last week. However, there is still time to provide your data, especially from the Caribbean and Caspian Seas. But since we have also a timeline which foresees the harmonization by February next year, okay, there is still time to provide the data, but please try to do this before the end of November. Because if you do it in December, then there will be the holidays and they will resume work after that in January, and that there isn't enough time to do everything. So comprehensive information on features is recommended, as well as probabilities available for any occurrences. And please inform Work Package 6 leader of any publicly available paper or publicly accessible website concerning probabilities. And this is the timeline that we had set up. So the guidelines were circulated well at the end of February, actually the first week of March. Delivery by partners were expected for the end of October. So it's now. Now is the moment to deliver it. And we will integrate and harmonize all data for Work Package 6 before the end of February 2023. And then circulate it back to partners before June 2023 in order to provide the final delivery to the portal before the end of July. And I think that's it. Thank you. Okay. Brutto, 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 brutto. Oh. Okay, that's better. Okay, questions?
Thank you, Andrea. Questions, comments? We have a lot of time. I'm using this.
So data that we delivered last year in July, that will be implemented next time. Yes. Oh, I'm not sure, but I understand the deadline passed, but I'll check and yeah, okay.
Thank you. Anything else? It can't be that clear. Maybe I have to do it once again.
We have a short break for 1 hour and a half.
Okay.
Thank you. It was clearly described, but still I have a question. I can understand that you don't want to have records that are just updated, sent again. So how are we going about if we find something you want to edit in the metadatabase? Is it just a separate file, or how are you going to go about this?
Oh, wait, Andrea, this mic is better. You can use this.
Okay, I specified that for new occurrences. If you have updates on existing occurrences, yes, send them again as well. I mean, okay, it's obviously otherwise we cannot integrate the new data. This is valid for the scale as well. But then we can identify the occurrence by the unique identifier code and add the record in the column, only in that column that is missing, okay, or update it. Just maybe you evidence that so that we know what has to be changed. Okay, thank you. Nobody else? Nobody wants to comment on the proposal of the standardized list of terms? Is there any comment on Pedro? What you want to, or no? No. No.
So you mean the correlation between EMODnet terms and Inspire terms? I think it's a way word. We've done tests with the seabed substrate in relation with that. So we had EMODnet substrates that are valid also for seabed habitats. So that's why we've included those and compared those with the Inspire terms. And we noticed that the Inspire terms are not as comprehensive. Lots of missing, and then we kind of ended up like 3 substrates. So how was it? Do you remember? Well, but we lost lots of detailed information in the process. But it's good to include that and be aware of the situation also.
Yes, if I can add something to this, the point is, okay, another example that I mentioned many times for landslides. In Inspire, we only have one term, which is slope gravitational. Okay, so if we should be actually Inspire compliant, all landslides would fall within slope gravitational, whereas we have topple, fall, rotational, translational, deep seated gravitational, you know, all that long list, which is cited in the Inspire data specification, but they are not listed in the glossary. I mean, the Inspire data specification only cites the Varnes publication, which is from where we took all the definitions. So we might have one field with the description of the landslide as it is, like topple, rotational, whatever, and an Inspire compliant field with slope gravitational, and that's it. So this is, I mean, this is very simple to explain. But then, if you do that for all the terms that we use, that is, I mean, quite time-consuming task. That's why I was proposing to do this in the next phase. I mean, we have a common task for everybody in the next phase, and then for partners in the following phase. So we also have projects for another 2 phases at least, which is not bad.
Exactly, that was exactly what I was going to say, that we need something to do in the next phase also. Let's not do everything in this phase, otherwise we don't have any project next phase.
That's it. That's what I said.
Good, Annette.
Yeah, that's also vocabulary. And we had this discussion in the work session itself for the tectonic elements that are quite simple at the moment. I fully agree that what you showed there, is this from the Inspire? You had a slide there with the different structural features. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's basically, if I understand this correctly, then the Inspire is like a basis. We might have some high-level groups, and then we kind of adding the EMODnet onto this. How is it with this here? Is this something you propose, or that's what's in EMODnet?
You're right. I didn't explain this thoroughly. This is a list that we are applying in a mapping product we are realizing in Italy. And we had a discussion with colleagues who are structural geologists, and they said, no, you cannot use this term because that implies a geodynamic interpretation. So you should use these other terms, which only describes the movement along the fault, okay? So this is valid in Italy. It does not correspond to the EMODnet terms of list of terms that we apply in the tectonics. It's different from that one. That is why what we suggest is to standardize the list of terms, only indicating the actual movement that is taking place along the fault. And this way we would reduce the number of terms that we are using now, because there are different, for instance, we have this transpressive and transtensive because we use it in Italy and not only in Italy. But then obviously there might be also the normal oblique slip fault, so we just use one definition for all of them. And in some cases you might decide that there is a component which is mainly normal or a component which is mainly oblique, and you decide to put it in one category or another. In Inspire there aren't so many different combinations, for sure. I remember, I mean, there is normal, reverse, thrust, and a few of them. So they would correspond to, I mean, normal would correspond to all the different combination of normal faults that you find here. So you will have one in Inspire corresponding to, let's say, 5 different definitions that we might apply, okay? Yeah, there was Christine.
Yeah, Christine wants probably to add something here.
Thank you. Just to add on to this and to your question, also in Work Package 4 we are having a property called faults, which at the moment goes completely and utterly follows the Inspire data specifications. I think I mentioned this in my talk earlier. And this looks pretty much like your left column that you are showing them. I don't know it by heart, but this looks pretty much like the Inspire one. And I also remember our discussions, Andrea, when we were talking about correlations between our descriptions. So I was pretty happy that you found for the normal oblique slip fault, for your transtensive fault, corresponding term, because we had that. I remember that discussion. Same for the transpressive one. But I'm not sure if this is exactly the Inspire one, but it looks pretty similar.
No, it's not. It's not. Mm-hmm. This is not Inspire.
Okay.
Inspire doesn't include so many terms.
I'll leave this at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Okay, Annette.
Thank you. No, it's just to close a comment for that, because for some areas you have such detailed possibilities to map it, so I think it would be more question of scale. So if you look at a really large scale map, then you use a much simplified way of presenting the faults. But if you then zoom in and you show a higher resolution and you actually have the data, then you can apply this. Also, we have areas in Iceland where we can say what type of fault it is due to the seismicity along the fault and fault plane solution analysis. But this is just in very few areas, so it's just if you have a really detailed legends, but then you can't apply it to most of the features and they end up being just fault features. So it's okay. A lot of work, and then you know how applicable is it. So maybe it might be rather for smaller scale maps where you actually have proper tectonic maps.
Okay, this comes to the other point, which is scale. Because, well, there is a difference. That's why I specified that the difference in the two products, 250K and the 100K, relies on the scale at which data had been acquired, not are represented. So the point is, we might have generalized information at 250K, which was actually acquired at a more detailed scale. In that case, you can represent whatever detail you want, because that is only when you zoom out, you don't see the detail, but the detail is there. So it's not, I mean, the difference is not in the representation, but in the scale of representation, but in the scale of the original acquisition. That is why, for instance, in many cases, partners, included us, provided the same occurrence at two different scales. In one case, for instance, it was maybe generalized, the longer faults, because it was the interpretation of different small transects, which at a lower scale result in an alignment, whereas at a more detailed scale you see the different transects and maybe each of them has a different component. Okay, so that is why also, well, as you see, we also elaborated the symbols to represent them on the map, but this can be discussed obviously. But this is the differences in this detail. Okay? Okay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Pedro.
Pedro on the other side. Other side of Europe.
Okay, I agree with all that, but if we wanted to be very, very strict, the bottom two things, anticline axial trace and syncline axial trace, should be antiform.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay?
Perfect. Yeah.
And I don't know how many people in this room is aware of, but the expression normal fault and reverse fault, it's a bit cynic, but they come from the first works in the UK, where the normal faults were the down-dropped faults mapped in the coal mines. So, and the other ones are reverse faults. But really what it means we are either extending or shortening the rocks. And again, if you compare with that transitive and transpressive, it's interpretation or is it real observation of the data?
Yeah. I'm not going to get into this, but anyway, right, perfect. You got the point. That's it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the lecture.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anyone else from some other part of Europe? No. I think the audience is happy with this now. So thank you, Andrea.
Okay. You're welcome.
Let's have a long coffee break. We will keep to the agenda because that's how we started the day. So we will have a coffee break and we will start again at 4 o'clock. And then we will listen to Xavier and work package 7 on minerals. So 50 minutes break. You are free.
Friday morning.
Ah, okay, so you're not...
Yeah, it's a long commuting way and I cannot get there on Saturday, so yeah, I have to commute all day long. So no.
I know it's very difficult.
Yeah, I was tempted about the field trip and staying also but finally decided to leave in the morning and then go back. It's tempting, always. Bueno, plenty of time to catch up this year.
Hello. Well, welcome back to the final presentation today. And without any further words from me, I give over the word to Xavier, who will present the progress of Work Package 7, Marine Minerals. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, I'm going to present an update on the Work Package 7, which is marine minerals, as most of you might know by now. It will be brief, I promise. I know it's the last one, last session. It's been a long day today with many breaks, but this will be a brief. So first I will start with a very short recap. I've seen new faces here, or people that maybe have changed a lot since the last meeting, so I'm not sure if they are familiar with that or not. So I'll show 3 or 4 slides. It will be brief, I promise again, about what we have achieved so far. And then I'll show a bit the new products that we have in mind, also the outsourcing from other projects, and as has happened with all the other work packages, the Caribbean Sea, the central point for this phase as well. What are we trying to achieve, and the help that you can provide. Some very basic outreach initiatives or plans that we have, and finally the summarized timeline. So to summarize what we've achieved so far, which is an important step in the marine seabed minerals at European level, at global level as well. We have the first catalog of occurrences of marine minerals, raw materials, hydrocarbons, metal minerals, and marine aggregates at European level. And that has sort of a change as well, the way we present that in international forums. You have the list here of the 12 that were selected initially, and in alphabetic order. I'm not going to go with them. We'll see them more detailed there later on in the map, so I'm not going to list them out, but you can see them there. And you can see also that we use full attribution for that, which is an internal as well. It's a key part, a key concept of the IMODNet in general, to be able to actually document and report with full attribution. But we wouldn't survive, I think, if we would present the results in table format, in tabular format, in forums. So really the way to present are these maps. These maps are the ones that have a higher impact. We have here, for instance, the hydrocarbon as it finished in phase 4. It hasn't changed that much in phase 5. But this is to illustrate the dispersion of that, the distribution of these provinces across the European seas, and now, hopefully, as well, on the Caribbean seas. Similar, another one that has its own distinct sort of map layout, which is the marine aggregates. Again, provinces, both on shelf, deep waters, but also on coastal areas. And that has been highlighted several times in the Commission in several reports. The importance of these maps cannot be underestimated, with the contribution of every single partner. So that's a call that actually to update and to maintain this, because it's important. They make use of them, and they, in their reports, in their summary findings, in their presentations as baseline data sets. Before these maps, nothing, or almost very little, was existed in terms of pan-European. So it's important to highlight that again. This is the rest of the occurrences, and those are more discrete Logically, some of them, yes, they are small provinces or a bit larger provinces. Some of them are very discrete data points. That is the reason they are amalgamated in one single slide. And you can see there. What else? So, what is our motto? Our main sort of motivation is it's to maintain and consolidate what we've achieved so far. You've seen it. To update the database with the new data that hopefully we'll get from partners. And this is a call. I'm going to make this call several times because we live on the submissions from partners. To report, and that's been crucial, to be able to report that out through the map viewers, through also to the reporting exercise from figures and all that have been used at the Commission level and at other European levels. And finally, to continue, and that's been happening particularly over the last 6 years, to continue our collaboration with key projects, primarily European projects, but also international projects that deal with similar databases. In the case of that I'll talk today would be mostly about the Mind the Sea and the GARA projects, which most of you would be familiar with. They are GeoAda EU projects dealing with seabed minerals and gas hydrates, and also with the new one, which is the GSEU, which is a work package and sub-theme in the work package about, as well, offshore critical raw materials. So this is important because the way we maintain, we interact with these projects make us that our project IMONET Geology keeps alive as well. So we can retrofit with them with the data generated, and you'll see some examples. Again, with your help. Which is down below. We really need you. We welcome, as always, new data. We have very few submissions this time around. It could be because there's very few occurrences, but I don't know that. So I need really to make a call now that everybody's here, and the ones that are out there if someone is attending out there that is not here present so feel also appeal for that call, that we really need to look for new updates. In the new task guide, we've identified something that we can work on, which is the sub-deposit type, particularly for two of these that I've explained before, the marine aggregates and the hydrocarbons. The reason for those is because they could benefit from being mapped as well at that level and produce thematic maps with a subtype classification that could be interesting from the point of view of the user being anybody and also the Commission. We want to have data from the Caribbean Sea, and we'll see how we can get that data. And as I said before, we have assessed what's available in these two projects that I mentioned before that have already been completed. Till now, these projects were not finished. We were working with them, collaborating with them. We were partners. GSI was also a partner in the Mind the Sea. We were not partners, but we had a very fluid collaboration with GARA. And reality is that there are updates that we will see on these portals that they might not have a parallelism or they might have a correlation with IMONET. We need to sort that out. And we need to sort that out, generally speaking, with the contribution, with the help of the countries, because you are the ones that know if something is right, wrong, should be there, why is in one on the other. We cannot make those changes for you, because it could lead to mistakes that then the country would be sort of responsible for. But let's step back to this sub-deposit type. We've learned over the past 2 years dealing with the Commission that they are really interested in simple pan-European maps that show information, that have basic information across all European seas. So we have a lot of subtype information in our databases submitted so far, but we think we could benefit from summarizing them into these 4 classes for the marine aggregates and 5 classes for the marine hydrocarbon. The marine aggregates, the classes are related to grain size. They could be related to other things, but we've decided that grain size must be something that is possible submit by the partners, and that way we will be able to then map them out and add more information on that. That was also the feedback that we got from when we presented the results of IMONNET seabed minerals for the aggregate community. A bit of the feedback was that a good map was fine, but if there was more substantial way of looking it with the subtype information. So we think this is feasible, it's doable, and we think we can add an extra layer that can have a certain impact. Same for the marine hydrocarbon, though the subtypes that we have. Yes, Henry.
May I ask one question? I'm not an expert. I'm just wondering if filling sand, is that a mixture of different grain sizes? Because it's not defined by grain size.
It's not defined by grain size, but still is particle related. So basically it's a mixed thing, but it's used for nourishment of fishes and all that. It's very popular in certain countries and all that, and then therefore we mix it. I've left really the detailed information on the millimeters and all that, because it might be misleading. What we are trying to achieve is a basic categorization. It's to be able to put them in groups. They don't have to be that precise, like if you are doing a folk classification of your sediment samples. That we leave that for other work packages that they need to go into that detail. This is just a general, but yeah, good point. I know it's a term that may be not familiar for everybody in the room. Yeah, as I was saying, the marine hydrocarbon, the subtype information that we already have is not that far from here. The one in marine aggregates, you will see that there's a bit of a difference. So this is the data, as it is now, displayed in subtype. You can see the many subtypes. They are all sound, they are all good. There's nothing wrong with them. However, they create a mosaic of seabed types, of aggregate types on grain size that are not possibly the best way to create a seamless, very consistent map across European seas. And that is the reason that we think we can change that and group all these sands into one sand and so on. So it's a type of thing. Could we do it? Yes, but then we will be modifying your own databases. And that's not very smart thing to do. Because we might be, you know better your data than we know, and it could lead to problems down the road. Particularly in the aggregate, that has a timing. Must have a timing sort of thing, it goes back and forth. In the aggregates, it's not so controversial, though it could be down the road with the pressures that are existing, but in the hydrocarbons, it is controversial. So we are not going to touch anything on the hydrocarbons, and we have experience on that, on trying not to modify anything and ask the countries to do that. This is a speculative map of how it would look like. So a bit simplified, less colors. And believe me that from experience, one of the only things that I've learned so far with dealing with the Commission is that that's more or less what they are looking for. They are not looking for yet the big detail. The big detail is for other users. And that might be found in other work packages. Similar exercise for the gas, for the hydrocarbon, provinces. And I said it before, the subtypes are not very far away from where we're trying to achieve. So in that case, there's a big similarity. It's just, again, that I think it's better being done with the collaborations of the... You have here, I'm not sure how well it reads from the distance, but here the countries that have submitted data, 18 countries on the hydrocarbons, 20 countries on the aggregates. So this is a direct call to them to look and see if you can provide us. It's in the task guide, it's in the new guidelines that we submitted, and we will resubmit that again after this meeting to have it fresh again, to resubmit with this subtype information if available. Okay, so that closes a bit. I said I would be brief on the subtype deposits. That's what we're trying to achieve, to create these kind of new layers in these two thematic layers of the hydrocarbons and the aggregates. But we've also done this data trolling exercise, trying to look at these other projects since now they have completed, and very recently, to look at these projects and see if there's something there that could be of use for IMONNET. IMONNET My perception of EMONet geology and EMONet in general, with the migration to a new port and all that, is that it's something that will perdure with the time. It will be important that the intention is to stay there. So the more that we can consolidate that with existing outputs from other projects that they might or might not stay there for the future as a reference, so it's a good exercise. So we've done that with, obviously, Mind the Sea has loads of similarities. We were partners in that project. And we found some occurrences in several areas that they are different from what we have now in our work package. So again, this is a call to look at both websites and see if your country has differences there and how we can rectify that, how we can, if there is a need to actually modify that, or no, there's no need to modify that. Again, doing it by ourselves, it could lead to mistakes on this consolidation exercise. Moving to the Caribbean Sea, that puts in perspective a bit the scale things from what we're coming so far with the Black Sea, the Caspian, all the European, the western sort of margin, North Sea, highly populated, dense of occurrences. And now we go into a new territory, what we can find there. So we've been doing a basic search, and this is what I'm going to show you, what we found and what we would like to have as well from the partners, and again, another call, from the few partners that have databases from this region, which probably they are the ones that have some sort of past interests on the area, or research activities. So far, we found very little information, but something on the International Seabed Authority through the European Atlas of the Seas. We are trying to get this data. We think that the metadata that is linked to that is quite poor, so we need to find the source and then try to integrate it into the EMONet Work Package 7. But there is some occurrences there that could be used on that one. We also learned very recently about the ASGMI, so this the Caribbean area, which is being done for the metallogenic deposits, and there is probably this one is we could only find through Maria Luisa that passes these images, and I was looking at the report as well, that there is information, but I'm not sure about yet how we're going to get access to the digital databases in order that we can then, so what's the best mechanism? And probably for that one, because it's a nice compilation, probably it will be an effort across work packages on how we do that, how we do that. So this, for now, these are the two sources. We're also inspecting the research activity from USGS. They don't have anything published on their viewers, but they might have them on reports. That's time-consuming, because going through reports is not as easy as just looking on a map viewer and getting the information from. But we are on the case for this. And then the big sort of question here remains that the rest of the data that comes, that it might be on databases from your own countries, like maybe the UK, maybe Netherlands, maybe some other countries, France, probably might have something. So that please do that, please check if you have something and see how we can get that. It can benefit enormously the project to be able to populate that. A bit of data is a lot of output, in this case, for new areas like this. And we've experienced that in the past, going into the Caspian, into the new territories. At the beginning, it's an exercise, and we are still acquiring more data for the Caspian. I was talking today with Elnor about that, about the fact that he would be able maybe to gather more data for the seabed minerals as well. So this is a continuous effort. So that now every little thing might be able to help to show that we are truly making an effort to populate this in the different work packages. So, summarize, we are in the November 2023, we are here, we're in the project meeting in Varna. After this, so I give you a brief update. After this, we will send you very soon, probably next week, when I'm back in the office, we will send you a reminder with, again, with a task guide to try to reactivate now that it's fresh in your memories to see whether you can find more information. The deadline, we've put a tentative deadline there by June 2023. I think it's quite reasonable. We can wait till the very last minute, so June, I think it's the latest we can wait to receive data and to be able to digest it into the system and pass it on to the relevant work packages to implement it in the viewers. The outreach, we know from past experience that is an important aspect to be able not only to consolidate these viewers and to do all this exercise of contribution, but also to showcase it in forums. It's well received and it gets popularity and it gets people from other places of the world to know what's happening. So for now, we've targeted European forums. The American ones, which we have presented in the past, they are not so, the time does not go that well next year, but I'm still open to look for another more international one to showcase the results in an international forum with people from other continents. Okay, I think that's a bit, in a nutshell, that is the end, showing these seafloor manganese modules there. And any question in the future, just contact us. We will definitely reply you by email and try to help you. If you have any problems, any issues with the data, should I submit this one, should I not? I was not aware of what happened in the past and so on. So please contact, because we are, Cherise is very active on the email trying to assist the countries to submit data. We're good.
Thank you.
Doesn't work, the green one?
It's tired again.
Normally it's the green one that works.
No, it's this one. Thank you, Xavier. Any comments or questions from the audience? Okay, Vera, I'll try to make this work again. Hello. Yeah, it works.
Okay, thank you. Sorry if I maybe missed it or forgot it about the guidelines, but regarding the sub-deposit types, so now you have sand, gravel, pebbles, and filling sand. Is this new? And secondly, I was wondering, and maybe we had this discussion already, why not construction sand as well, or have an open field if you would have the more direct aggregate industry classification, the 01 and the 02 or whatever, that you could also, if you have it, that you could also input it. Because now it's classes, the 4 classes that you decided upon, but is it left open that there is still a possibility for something else? And why filling sand and not construction sand, or having both?
The aim is to look for grain size classification. It's primarily grain size related, as opposed to construction, which will be a different type of a nature, is more the nature of that material. So that's what we think that's feasible to ask, that the countries might sort of be able to produce that, and because we have to be also realistic. So we could ask many things, but if that does not exist in the databases, we're going to end up with the same thing we had before. So a mosaic of subtypes that we cannot put together. So that's the reason we've come to a very simple approach. So yes, there's a scope for always, if there is quorum and there is loads of countries that they think that they can produce that, we can incorporate that subtype information. But in this one, basically what we will end up is having the aggregates in a sort of a very basic grain size information distribution, which will be different from the one that is on the seafloor work package, because there's much more detail and so on. It will be different, but it will be related to aggregates, which effectively that's how it works in the industry anyway. So they don't follow folk classification in the industry. So again, the aim is to be very simple, as opposed to ask for things that maybe you have it, but maybe other countries don't have that information. They will end up with something that we cannot produce. The ultimate goal is to produce a map like the others, a map that we can color in 3 or 4 types. I'm not sure if that answers the...
It does, but I mean, for the real aggregate industry on a country level, this would also not be sufficient. I mean, they would know, well, okay. I mean, sand would probably also not be enough. So my thought would just be if you have a class or a field where if more information is available, that you can put it in, and afterwards you could always evaluate what is the worth or the value of that field, and can we do something with it in the future?
But there is quite a lot of information on the general attribution, which the industry can look at the individual place and then interrogate that and get that information with the different attributes. That's not the aim of what we're trying to achieve. What we're trying to achieve is target another audience, not so much the industry that would go into a particular area to know more. They would use probably the country base, or they would use the internal metadata to actually interrogate further. It is more looking at the big picture map to classify them into basic categories. So I think the audience is a bit different. The audience is for creating good maps, good repositories that can be interrogated at pan-European level.
So it's more of a prospective view that you see it. So if industries also want to prospect bigger areas, that they have done a quite easy view on that. Is that the main goal then? It's merely prospective? It's prospective. It's also for assessment. It's also for calculation of volumes of the different types then, or the different surfaces, not volumes because we don't have that information yet, but the surface, yes. So then it can be broken into more stats, and that's what generates these infographics, which can be used then by others. That's the aim of this subtype information. Yep. I think that there is a lot of information already in the tables for the individual countries that they have supplied. That's preserved. Nothing we delete from there. So that's already there. So you can query that, interrogate that. You can get the information for a particular country, which is well. And if there's something that needs to be added there, that's okay. But for the purpose of this exercise was more to capture a simplified format where we can actually map it in simple categories. Okay, thanks. But I mean, feedback is good. So. Yeah, if there's a quorum for other subtypes, we could include them still, definitely.
Okay, then here was a question from Radio, then we take Kadir.
Yes, Norway has provided a data set on carbonate sand and gravel, or shelled sand and gravel. It didn't appear in the aggregates data now, as I could see, but they appeared in the minerals. So I just wonder how you have been thinking, because this is not mapped as a mineral in a way. It's mapped as carbonate sand that is used for many different purposes, but not as a mineral really.
Yes, I think that's been discussed previously. It's a good point for everybody. I think that we accept both in the aggregates. So deposits and also sand bodies that could potentially be used for that. Occurrences and deposits are accepted here because that's the aim of these maps, to create a potential as well resource. And that is, in fact, how it is. Some countries have submitted that. Not areas that are currently being extracted for aggregates, are areas that have the potential to be extracted. And they are already there. They are already in the database. So yes, you can resubmit if you find places in Norway that there are the potential there and you want to submit them as potential aggregate areas, we will include them.
Okay. Then Kadir had something.
Just I want to ask you about the Sapropel. So as you know, the Sapropel, can be obtained by the sediment cores. So just my
a specific code or because there are many different subpropel layers, for example, in the Mediterranean Sea, Red Sea, Oman Sea, and the Aegean Sea. But the some of them are not chronologically correlated, between the different phases, and also some of them are very different names. So what we can use the name and the name of the subpropel in the attribute table.
That is an interesting comment on the subpropel. I think that if that's the case, there's very few countries that have reported subpropel anyway. So if that's the case, and if there is an edge control that we can include as an attribute, then it's worth adding that attribute for subpropel and being able to have that into the data attributes.
In the Mediterranean Sea, as you know, the S1 subpropel is used, but in the Sea of Marmara, the S1 subpropel is separated in the two different layers, for example. So the
my question is just how we can give a name forward, because normally there is nobody formal name except the subpropel S1 in the Mediterranean Sea. I mean for the policy. And also we are preparing the thickness map of the subpropel. So maybe it will be another different type of data, for example.
Yeah, definitely. We can talk on that. Yeah, I think that the countries that have subpropel occurrences, then if they think that there's a better way to attribute that in order that we can display it better and have that attribution, happy to implement that in the task guide as a small thing. I think this will be a small thing, so it's not going to make a big change in the whole thing. I don't think there's many countries supplying subpropel occurrences, so that's fine. So I think it's very doable. So we're looking forward to hear more from you on exactly what you think, and then we can work around ways. I think it's very feasible to do.
No one? No comments? So, yes, I have to take this
Just a comment on the vocabulary again, because now you're having these sand, gravel, and pebbles, and they are based on the grain size, and we're also producing a substrate map based on the grain size. And we don't have pebbles in our map. It's included in the gravel, so probably it's something that we have to look into or do some sort of correlation. What other classes included in the aggregate layer and in the substrate. Yeah.
Good. I missed the vocabulary sort of subsection. I was in the other one, but I'll follow you. I think it's important. It's important that we standardize across work.
Yeah, so that we have, yes. And perhaps we could check about the aggregates, how they fit in, or how they are seen in the substrate data itself. So if they exist in there as well, something like that, perhaps.
Yeah, we thought about the possibility of integrating the information that is already there from the other work packets across and all that, but it's not. I don't think it's what we're looking for. What we're looking for is something more simplified, and that's the reason to create this new one.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Okay. Christine.
Thank you. Good keyword, Anu, Xavier. I think we have a common ground here on the substrate of the pebbles, of the aggregate extractions, and I think it will be very good if you are joining our vocabulary group, because now we have 3 work packages. This is you, this is Anu, and this is myself, who will have a look at several terms where we have some overlaps. It's a warm welcome to you, Xavier.
Yes, I'll improve my vocabulary. That's for sure. Yes, no, we're happy, definitely we're happy. In fact, one of our staff is not here today, but it's quite a specialist on vocabulary. He's been working for that very actively for many other projects. So we think we can also contribute to a certain point. So
excellent.
No, it's good. Yeah. So
very good. Thank you.
Offer. And I will be here for the rest of the week, so you can catch me up.
Thank you, Christine.
There's another comment, question, or
good.
Complaint. No.
Thank you. Did you contact with Migrate for gas hydrate distribution?
Yes, I knew something was missing on the projects when I was putting it, updating it this afternoon. The cost initiative Migrate, yes. We do, and that's another one that we've browsed, and we have to contact as well the partners that have submitted there for primarily gas hydrates occurrences to be able to be included. And that's also controversial because there's a few occurrences there that I've never seen in the literature before.
We have some data for the gas hydrate distribution in Black Sea. Did you get it?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm aware of that, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, and there's also one from the Irish margin that I don't know how it appeared there. So that's a mystery to me. Somebody put it there and I've never been able to identify what is the source of that one. And it comes from the Migrate database. Somebody put it there and now it's very difficult to remove it. And that sort of links back to the reason why we appeal to the countries to help us to avoid things like this, to avoid putting a gas hydrate occurrences in the Black Sea, say, okay, this is good because I took it from the Migrate project, without the assurance from the country that say, yes, we agree with this. This is the way it should go. So it's a bit, otherwise it stays there in a pan-European stamp by the Commission, something that appears a few dots of gas hydrates in European seas that then they'll tell you, oh, there is gas hydrates here, but where is it? Where is the paper? Where is the? There's nothing. So that's the appeal.
We were involved into the gas hydrate Migrate project. If you don't have the data, we can supply also.
Good.
Yeah.
We'll contact you. Sorry, your name? Good. We'll catch up.
Thank you, Gunnar. That was a good point. Anyone else? Comments, questions? I can't see anyone asking for the word. No. So I guess we have done. Oh, Christine. Okay, good. If Ingemar Cato would be here, it would take an additional half an hour.
I said I would be brief, but I don't respond from the others.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure if you would like to wind up the meeting now, and I just want to say that Irina has a couple of slides, and perhaps there's some time to show them just before we all disappear.
Very good that you reminded it, because I remember it half an hour ago. Yes, that's a good point, yes. But if we are rounding up the work package 7, then I think if no one has anything else to comment or ask or anything like that, then I just thank Xavier for the presentation. Thank you. And Irene, did you have a presentation?
It's already uploaded.
Okay, good.
I will be brief because I'm sure everybody.
Yes, okay, good, very good.
Thank you.
Feel free to show it to us.
Is it okay? Okay. It's a little bit blurry. Okay, this is just some work we have started doing, taking advantage of the opportunity from IMODNET about the coastal ribbon. This is a test area in Greece. It's an island, but a big island, so there is enough area to work on. We started looking at which data that we should consider, first of all, to establish what is the coastal ribbon. And this was one issue that puzzled us. We started from the 10 kilometers distance onshore and offshore, but this does not apply to all cases. So actually, this is just food for thought about what we're working on. This is the digital elevation model, a detailed digital elevation model of the area, and we can see the differences onshore. So this applies, has a lot to do with which data we're going to choose and what distance. If we select a distance 5 kilometers onshore and 5 kilometers offshore, this is the buffer zone around the area, you can see how the digital elevation, from the digital elevation model, that there are areas where the mountains are very near the coast, so this affects the data that we have to select, and there are other areas that there are plains. And here is how we cropped the digital elevation model around the area, and you can see it's not homogeneous. From the DEM, there are several products that we can extract that will be used afterwards in calculations and also selecting the distance. The slope, it is quite an important factor in an effort to establish the coastal zone, the coastal area that is of interest. So this is again, the same, I think. It's a buffer zone, yes, 5 kilometers onshore, and then it will be complemented with data from offshore. The hydrographic network, because we're interested in sediment supply, and we have to see where the material comes from. And the onshore geology. At this point, this comes from the 1 to 50K maps, but they're being reclassified so that we're not so much interested in the specific geological formations, but on the lithology at the first stage, and then afterwards on the other things. And we are trying also to use terms that are inspired compliant. So actually, this is just our thoughts, because in order to be able to work on the coastal ribbon, we have to take into account, in order to specify the extent of the coastal zone, the onshore geology, the coastal geomorphology, onshore sediment transport, the rivers, the coastal mountain ranges that affect the sediment supply, the coastal erosion of the landslides, and then complement them with the offshore data, the bathymetry, geomorphology, seabed substrate, etc. So it's quite a multi-parametric system. It's exactly what we were discussing yesterday. And probably we have to adopt a custom definition of a coastal zone, taking into account all the aspects, the type of the coast, if it's the mainland, if it's islands, especially in Greece, this is quite complicated. So this is where we are at the moment. This is not really part of IMONET, but we need to work on this in order to be able to see what we can have for the next phase. So it's part of a small project that we're doing in the Institute. And also what we're thinking about is differentiating the coastal areas in several categories, taking into account the geomorphology, the topography, and the geology. We're trying to do this in GIS. If we have something new, we will present it afterwards in the future. So that's it. I think we share the same concerns. Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Thank you. That was an interesting approach. Yes, of course. I believe it's really worth working on that, but of course it's we don't know about how much we have kind of resources for that. At least not in this phase very much. But it's good to looking at those issues definitely, and maybe in the future evolve to something. I guess Christine wants to say something. She looks like that.
Thank you. How do you know?
I know you.
Irina, excellent. Thank you very much. So we have a first case study already, which somehow is a present that came up yesterday. Thank you. And what I would like to do is, to invite you to our group, which is good. And this is now something what we can really, it's a real example. We are not talking about theory anymore, but it's something real that you did, taken into account several aspects that we are using in IMONET geology. So we can work with this. So thank you so much that you put together the presentation so quickly and showed us your results. And welcome to the group. It's a ticket. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there somebody who wants to comment on this?
Maybe one small comment. just an idea or something like that, to try, I don't know how, but to involve as well to this approach a kind of coastal responsibility, how to say, the organization or governmental institutions which are responsible for coastal management, somehow boundaries of their working. I mean, their responsibility areas. Maybe it can also somehow influence the definition of coastal ribbon, but it depends on the final addressate of the product we want to achieve. If those would be the one of them, then it would be maybe good to take into account as well the responsibility area of local coastal authorities.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. But as a project administrator, I have to look at what we can do with the resources that we have. But yes, you are correct. Of course, you are right with that. Yes, definitely.
It may be
worth.
Maybe this is more idea for this the second project for this GIS2 Eurogeo survey for Europe, the new one.
I believe that might be possible. Yes, I'm not very well involved in that, but might be something for Eurogeo surveys to look at actually. So, any other comments? No. Thank you. Thank you for today, and we will finish now, well on time, on schedule, and let's meet here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you for today. I wish you have a nice night out in the city or somewhere tonight, and have a good meal and relax, and let's continue with the project meeting tomorrow. Thank you.